that guarantee, but you got to play full out. So when we get into the groups, you'll get nervous because this is a new technique. Still do it. You come in a 4, you leave a 6. You come in a 6, you leave an 8. Like you just, it's just what happens. But you got to play full out over and over again. And the way that that's tracked is in the stand and delivers. You'll do a stand and let every single student, unlike any of the other larger events where it's a lot of people, every single student in the room will do a stand and deliver in front of their coach. Every single student, every single one of you will be heard, your story will be heard, and your story will get feedback that you then turn around and apply before you leave. So the reason why I love what Marina said, I add all the zhuzh to it, is because when you're listening and learning, you're grabbing about 3 techniques, maybe 4 even. Really good, you'll grab 5. I'm always doing all the techniques. So all I do is really play back to you your story, which is why you can apply it so easily, which is why you want to keep your recorders on during the boot camp, right? You want to open up space on your phone for the boot camp, right? Do not come to the boot camp with a full phone, because you'll do your story and literally the coach can turn around and do your story back to you, adding about 4 or 5 other techniques. And then you rinse and repeat. And so that's our stand and deliver. And so it's immediate application coaching. Over 20 breakout applications. That's a lot of applications in 4 days. You're doing a lot of work. 14 hours of active application over the four days. A lot of time. So you get your rest before you come to the boot camp. You make sure that you're adding up. You come open, come having identified some incidents, but even if you don't, I can help you with that to curate your story. And literally the techniques will just constantly repeat them until you have a level of mastery before you leave. I know that sounds wild, but it can happen. And we've done it before. And what I love is when you look at all the things that come. So I want you to see all the things that come. 1, you get the 4-day in-person full immersion. You also get the transformational training. So that by itself, we normally separate these, but we want to put these together. So you get the mindset. This is mindset, heart set, release. I won't even go into the details of the deliciousness that happens in the transformational training. You'll leave 50 pounds lighter in emotional weight than you came. And that's just a byproduct because that's my jam. That's just because I could do that. And I know when you have that less emotional weight, you'll just speak bolder. So that's just fusing the thing that I do very well with the other thing that I do very well, because they make sense to go together. There's no other speaking program, and I don't live in the spirit of competition or comparison, but there's no other speaking program out there, because I searched, that deals with the personal development along with speaking. It's just technique. But really, if I'm going to be more powerful, it has to come because I have more of me to offer. I've healed more. Live feedback, stand and deliver. Every single student will have the opportunity to stand and deliver. Immediate application and coaching. You will be in full immersion and application. You will not be sitting and listening the entire time. Come ready to move. All the way to full body sport. I'm going to show you a video in a moment. And in that video, you're going to see us outside. And when you see us outside, we'll be inside here because we have enough space. I'm doing full body sport for like a good 40, 50 minutes. And you're just mimicking me. And we're just like opening up your whole body. It will feel like, and Walker, which is one of the coaches, she's a very successful actress. And she said, this is like stage and theater training. And really it is. It's having an authentic message, but it's adding to that message all the energy that makes that message come alive. And so we're going to do that, and you'll get immediate coaching, and you'll know that the value. And in addition to all of this, which all come up to a $15,000 value, you also have bonuses. So we want you to get started now. Like, I want you to get started now. So we, and my girlfriend, Marina, I say yes, and then she asked. So she said, can we start them now before September? I said, yes. So your bonus number 1 is Jumpstart coaching sessions. Now, you can apply what you learn in your Jumpstart sessions immediately. So we went through audience connection formula. You know a little bit of it, but in this Jumpstart session, we're going to unpack it a bit more because it's one of your immediate superpowers that you can use. And this makes a huge difference. So we start July 12th, and our advocate coaches will lead these trainings for you. And then we have our second one on July 26th. Now, the class on July 26th, you can thank Miss Danita for, because she said, you gotta give them SNAP. Now, I'm not gonna bother to go, you know what it is, Jessica? Oh, she's just thanking Danita. She was thanking Danita, okay, yeah. When you come on July 26th, you'll be like, okay, Danita, I'll buy you that cup of espresso, whatever that is. Thank you so much. This is a game changer. It is an immediate game changer. You have to practice it a bit, but just by knowing it, you're going to pitch differently. This will help you network with more impact. This is how I raised $522,000 for my business in 2 years without knowing exactly what I was going to do in my business. It was the SNAP. So, right, it's just use your powers for good. I'll just keep requesting that you guys do that. And I'm not saying that as a shtick. It really, you'll become a magnet. So that's bonus number one. We start July 12th. And you're going to get from these 2 coaching sessions, you're going to get some homework to do. Don't worry, the homework is just making your business better. Because the homework, you'll do the homework in your business. What I love about this program is that where you apply it is in your business. So while you're doing your work, you're seeing results in your business. And then that is a $1,500 value that will be led by your speaker advocate coaches. Again, you guys have the value of even having speaker advocate coaches. That class, Sandy and Dwana and Annabelle, they didn't have them because they were my first class, but now you have them. So they're excited to be here for you. Bonus number 2, you'll have application labs. The reason why my students are so successful is because I bring them back together to actually apply the work. So again, repetition is not the mother and father of learning. Repetition is the mother, father, sister, brother, aunt, uncle, and second cousin of learning. And so we bring you back for application labs. So now you come back on August 6th, and they're short 60-minute sessions, you guys, just a 60-minute session, but you come back to now, after you practice, now we want to hear you do the audience connection formula. You see how we want to make sure you win? So if it is going to require you to invest some time, but Michael Jordan put time in being number 1, right? Kobe Bryant, may rest in peace, put time in becoming number 1. This is your time in becoming unforgettable. Application lab number 2, you'll present your SNAP, Super Networking at Accelerated Pace. It's how you network in 60 seconds or less and get more valuable prospects. You get more valuable prospects and it takes less time in your presentation. And that's a SNAP. So that's bonus number 2. That's also valued at $1,500. And then you get bonus number 3. Everybody likes an after party.
Everybody loves the party. Why not? And imagine how we're going to communicate with each other after that.
Woo, I'm just saying. So we have an after party. And let me just say this. It took me years to learn that some of my best deals and some of my best opportunities were born at the party. I thought it was all in the room. And I'm a hustler, I'm a grinder, I'm a networker. And I would try to do it in the room. And while some happens in the room, it took me years to figure out that it was done at the after party. It was done at the dinners. I was like, I finally get it. So don't sleep on the after party. And of course, that has no fee. That's priceless. And how many of you, show me on chat, show me in the room by hands, how many of you are going, well, I really want to do this, but I was thinking about impact. How many of us were thinking about, like, I'm just kind of figuring out which one should I do? Let me see the hands up on the screen. I see the hands up on the screen. I see the hands up in the room. And I really love to eliminate confusion. So it was a very easy decision for us to do bonus number 4. Bonus number 4 is you get a ticket to impact. You don't have to choose. You're right. You don't have to choose. Divided minds don't make decisions. And so make it easy. And so impact becomes the setup for influencers. So you can come to impact, you can come live, first 300 people. Someone had the question, how am I sure I'm the first 300 people so I can be there live? Register now. Hi, register now. Literally in 2 days, it'll probably be all full. But you get to come there and you get all the bonuses that come with impact, which are all different than the bonuses that come with influencer. You choose what you want to dance in. I'm a full immersion person. When I become a student, much like the two of them, Danita is currently in our course that's like this. Again, like she just keeps going through, which is how, by the way, if I can just brag on you for a moment, Danita just started the in front of the stage stuff, not 3 years ago. 2 years ago? 2 years ago, she just started being on stage. She's a insane coach behind the scenes. And I just start pushing her up to the front. She's like, ah. But then she started going through my speaker training. It's like, I got to go through the speaker training thing. Because she'd already been a transformational coach. We've been coaching together for 6 years, but at retreats. Then I said, you need to come on stage. She's like, I don't feel good about that yet. So she took the class and she went again and she's just been in it again and again. So Marina and I are talking without Danita, and she's like, yeah, I'm not MC. Eric's the MC. And I was like, well, what about Danita? I offered her before she knew.
I got voluntoed, not volunteered.
Right.
Voluntoed.
And so Danita, for the first time, because she just graduated the last speakers class, literally did not do the whole, I gotta poop in my pants. Because she would go, I'll say yes, but I'm so scared. She was like, yeah, I'll do it. And the confidence. And then we get here and we didn't know that Eric wasn't feeling well. And he's really navigating a sore throat.
Oh, he's not speaking. Not much. We'll see if he can speak a little bit today, but.
And so they were going to do it together. And Eric said to Danita,
I need you to take over.
And Danita said,
I got you.
And that confidence, you know what I mean?
I'm going to speak to that because how many of you struggle with visibility? Because I struggled with that for a long time. And through saying my story, messy and unorganized and all of that, I had to prove to myself that I got it in me. I had to prove to myself. And going to this, the boot camp gave me the confidence that I could do it. I had to hear the words come out of my mouth, whether they were messy, unorganized, and then get feedback from the coaches. And that just built, I trusted myself more. So that when Eric asked me, can you, I got you. Because I could only trust this chick, Danita. And the internal trust and the internal certainty happened through these speaking classes because I struggled with visibility.
So you have a lot. You get networking with the coaches, you get hot seat before the party on day 2, you get curated breakout rooms, you get a lot when it comes to the entire program. When you decide that you want to do yes here and you're part of the community that's here, you get everything that comes with it, the influencer boot camp, you get the event bonus #1, the jumpstart coaching, you get the application labs, you get the private after party, you get the ticket to impact, and you get all of that. You get the whole shebang, everything that comes with impact. We want to show you a little quick something. Can we show the video?
How do you go from being a good speaker to a great speaker to that unforgettable speaker?
Are you ready to become an unforgettable speaker who effortlessly leaves people wanting more? Are you ready to stand out and be impactful on any platform?
Came to When Your Soul Speaks to learn how to become unforgettable, to move my audience.
The current climate demands a higher caliber communicator than ever before. Are you ready to step into that power?
Do you live for it? Then be it. how do you reach through the camera, reach through the video, reach through the conference room and touch everyone's soul?
Learned a lot from Lisa to really learn how to infuse my soul, my personality into my talks even more. That vision comes inside of you. You gotta work for it, fight for it, love for it, and sweat for it. And recognize you don't go to it, you come from it.
The most impactful leaders who run organizations have the innate ability to intertwine their soul and their intellect, achieve a level of knowing.
Now I'm feeling 10 times more confident. Now I'm feeling I can step into Sean Wells and own it.
Stand out on any stage or any platform.
I am so grateful that JJ and Lisa put on this event and that I attended, because I am 100% certain that this particular event and the strategies that I've learned here will help me impact the world.
Know how to access what sits at the core of who you are. How would your soul sound if it led the conversation? How many more people would you touch and inspire? How would people choose you differently, trust you more, if they felt more of your soul every time you shared it? Join the other leaders, gladiators, and change agents. 7, 8, and 9-figure income earners who all recognize that when they uplevel their speaking game, all tides will rise. Join us for Influencers Bootcamp 2023. So there's your invitation. Because you're here, your commitment requires you to simply put a down payment of $997 and 4 payments, $4,000, or save $2,000. My grandmother says money saved is money earned, and the full investment for just $997. And to answer your question about can someone come with you, a business partner or a spouse can join for 50% off. We had quite a few questions about that in reference to impact. So the same thing applies here, that someone who is also with you can join and they'll navigate that. This is a space is only available to the first 300 people. This is the other program. We can have more because we are doing virtual. The other question was, is this virtual? This is only live. So this is only live. And it is the first 300 people only. So for those of you who have team members that you know this is what they will want, get them on board because you're here and you got the invitation. You don't have to be here today to be a part of that training. You just need to, we recommend you register today so you can get them to come in through the same doorway that you will come in through. But it is the first 300. So this does have a cap. I think you could see based on the video how intimate it is. And that's why, because I'm moving around the room. I'm not on a stage, the stage dissolves and we're in a boot camp together. And so for that high touch, it is limited numbers because it's so high touch. So I want to invite you guys to scan, to go to the dashboard. You tell them that part because you know.
Yeah, so everybody watching online, you have a button on a dashboard to join Influencer Bootcamp. So make sure you do that. You can also see the link npw2023.com/bootcamp. You can go to that link or you can scan the QR code. Just want to clarify a couple things. When we say spouse or partner, when we talk about partner, it's not your friend. It's the person that you're splitting your network marketing check with. So if you're splitting a commission, you're building one position, that partner counts as 50% off. All friends, kids, everything else has to be a full price. The reason why, because they're going to be learning on their own. They're going to be coached by Lisa. Right, everybody's on their own journey. So that's kind of like one of the comments there. I saw a couple of questions was, so what happens if I purchased, impact? Not a problem. We're gonna roll that price into this, so you just pay the difference and, you will have this, opportunity.
And like I said yesterday when I invited you, this isn't for everyone. This is for those who want to quantum leap their learning and they want to go full court press. Impact is a powerful program, which is why it's the standard. That's the standard. So for those of you who say, I'm not ready for this financially or time commitment, then Impact is exactly where you should be. Impact is where Danita started. Impact is where Sandy Lynn started. Impact is where every single coach on this stage that has shared their story, Impact is where they all started. So if this isn't for you, which it's not for everyone, we can't even handle everyone. There's over 490, 500 people RSVP'd to be here this morning, plus those in the room. We only have room for 300. So don't worry if this isn't the one for you. Impact will be that for you. Same coach, same teacher, same technology, same science of speaking. So with that, we'll invite you guys to jump in. I cannot wait. Let me know if you're going to be an influencer so that I can welcome you personally. I take that very personal when you've decided to say yes to a boot camp level. And I cannot wait to serve you. And just take a picture of your life. Grab a video of you speaking before so you can appreciate what happens on the other side. Track the progress. All right.
Yeah, I just wanted to add a couple of things that, you heard Lisa say, and Danita also said as well, helping you and helping us to become transformational speakers, not just information givers, but speakers who can touch the soul, speakers who can help people to transform inside. So that work needs to start within. When we transform ourselves, that's how we are able, and with the knowledge and with information and the techniques that Lisa is teaching, that's how we're able to impact everybody else that we come across. And I think that if you're already great at presenting, you consider yourself a really good speaker, even if you're 9 out of the 10, that's going to take you to 50, not to the 10, to 50, because there's a big difference being a good speaker, and there is a big difference being transformational speaker or impactful speaker, because being good in what we do, I think is not necessary enough, because just giving good information is not enough to put people into action. That's the difference. So I'm super excited about that, because like I said, I invested a lot of money and every penny is worth it. That's why I wanted to give our community the opportunity to, for a fraction of what I'm paying, get the same or very, very similar coaching and a high touch with Lisa, because I think it's going to be life-changing. If you need to move heaven and earth, move heaven and earth, seriously, because you will make that money back in what you were able to, how you will be able to catapult your business. Because no kidding, the way you're going to be presenting, the way you're going to be talking, the way you're going to be communicating is going to be life-changing for you and for everybody you touch. So we're going to jump back into and start our program.
I want to add one more thing. Lisa is in her legacy years. And so what I mean by that is she's done the work. And I know her personally. And so her goal is to duplicate as many transformation, unforgettable storytellers as possible. So that when she stops, she has a group of people that can be unforgettable and touch more souls and humanity in the world. And so I know that personally. Sorry if I gave too much TMI.
No, it's okay.
But she's in her legacy years, so this may not happen much longer. Because she's now a new married woman and trying to find the freedom and balance of her life. And so to have her one-on-one in an intimate room is, I'm going to say, priceless. So
And it's network marketing specific. So
Yes,
it's
network
curated
marketing.
for this profession, because
Yeah.
when Lisa does those things separately and they cost different amount of money, she does not do network marketing training. So this not necessarily she's gonna teach you how to build a business, you know that part, but she will teach you how to apply what she's
And that's
teaching
what it
in
is.
your business. And of course, Eric and I will be part of the program. So we will be help you navigate how to use the strategies and techniques that you're learning to catapult your network marketing business.
It's a pretty unique experience. It's just the combination that I've never thought I'd do. And we don't have any plans to do it again. And that's not a scarcity tactic to make you do something now. It's just the truth. Because people always want to know when's the next one. And I normally have a date. I don't for this. So I'm excited for you guys. I'm excited for those who jump in, and it doesn't have to be convenient for you. So lean into your conviction. And I trust if you apply this, it'll pay itself back very quickly, and it'll continue long after we're done. It'll continue paying you back. If I ever decided and said, I want to go in network marketing, I know people will run to get me on their team, not because I know the product, not because I know the compensation plan, because of the type of speaker I am. Until you become that type of speaker. And then you can duplicate that technique. But it'll have to begin with you. As a great leader, I would say not only come, but try and get as many people as you can. If not at the boot camp, at Impact. So you're not lifting by yourself. It's my honor. I promise you that I will make your time worthwhile, and I'll make your investment worthwhile. I will play 100% for you. Always, I will do that. Thank you guys for your time. Let's get started. We got some goodness for today. We appreciate you guys.
The moon is close, the Superman rose, the sea before he knows. I'm not the kind of person that it is. She said that she wanted to go. She wanted us. I'm not looking for somebody. Some superhero, some superhero, some fairy tale games. Just something I can turn to. Somebody I can listen. Where she was, somebody.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be able to start in about 3 minutes. We're starting in 3 minutes. So if you're on the Zoom, now is a good time to turn on your camera, visibility and accountability. And in studio, you can find your seats. Remember to turn those phones to silent, and we'll see you in about 2.5 minutes.
Girl, I'm about to have a panic attack. I did the work, it's in work. It hurts, like, and it hurts. Everybody does, was not a fan of it. My friends, you know, when I'm married, I'm in my bed, I'm too trying to be here for long. On the other hand, I know my voice. And now he calling me, why do I feel like this? I'm gonna be here. Somebody else. Coming, he's about to leave. I'm feeling good to say I'm helping. What I can do to you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is day 3 of the most powerful women in network marketing of this. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome back to the stage your MC, the one and only.
No.
I want to see wonderful, wonderful. Maybe this is your day 1, day 2, or day 3. We want to say welcome back, welcome home, good evening, good night, good morning. Let me see you guys in virtual. Wave your hands. I want to see your beautiful hands from all around. Recap of day 2. So let's take it to the big screen. Wow. So we talked about recruiting, we talked about connecting, and we talked about stories yesterday. So I want to first say you got it in you. Let me hear it again. Yeah, you got it in you. In chat, I want you to prove to yourself you got it in you. It's just skill sets, and you've got the recruiting, you got learned some delicious tips yesterday. I got it in me. I see you guys in chat. Beautiful. So now I want to take some takeaways from yesterday. So I'm looking on virtual. Who wants to share some takeaways? Let's see, and then at my live audience, I'll take 2 people. Who wants to share some takeaways from yesterday? You can be voluntold because I can choose you. Beautiful. Tell me your name. Becky. Becky will be one. And who else? Nayeli. Nayeli will be 2. And on my virtual, who wants to volunteer to share? I see in room 4. Oh, it moved. Anna in room 4. You know, you saw that. Who else wants to volunteer? Karina in room 8. And we'll start there. Okay. In our live audience, Becky will be first. Please stand. Tell us your takeaway from yesterday.
My takeaway from yesterday had to be that everyone has their own story, and sometimes it doesn't have to be tragic or sad or huge. It can be that you just want to be living in the now, and that everyone's story, no matter if it's tragic or their past was, maybe I always think a little bit boring, you have something to give to someone else and you don't know what they need to hear or where they came from or what they're looking for. So just tell it. It might be boring to you, but someone needs to hear it.
Let's give her some love. I love that, Becky. Yes. I love what Becky said because your story has value and your story is not for you. It's to connect to the soul so people understand that they're not alone. Thank you for that. We'll go to you, my love. Say your name and where you're from and tell us your takeaway.
My name is Nayeli and I'm from Houston, Texas. And my takeaway from yesterday is that daily action is very important if you want to move forward in whatever you do, personal, business, anything. And my second is that we do not have time.
Ooh, say it again. Type in
We
chat.
do not have time. For Latinos, no tenemos tiempo para perder.
Whoa.
My third one is, what's for me, no one could take it away. Lo que es para ti, nadie te lo puede quitar. And that's my 3 takeaways.
Whoa. We have time, right? We will save you time, stress, and money. Exactly. Thank you for that. Oh, and she said it in Espanol. It just sounds so sexy to me. Yes, beautiful, beautiful. So Anya, room 4. We welcome you to the screen. There she is. Beautiful. What was your takeaway from yesterday? We can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I am very grateful to being here. And my takeaway from yesterday is that I give permission to myself to dream big. And self-care is not selfish. So our story is not great. People need to know they are not alone. And we are all a very big family.
Yes, beautiful community. Yes, thank you, Anya. Look in the chat, everyone saying amen. Wow, wow, wow. Stories are not for us to keep. And I love what Becky said about stories feeling like you don't have this tragic incident in your life, and we're able to select little things. I said I don't really have a story. I said that. And when Lisa explained, it's just an incident, a moment in time. It could be a good moment that you can teach from. It doesn't have to be always tragic. I love it. Pam, room 4, let's hear from you. What was your takeaway? Oh, Tam, you got some fans in the audience.
What's up, guys? Oh my gosh, I love y'all so much. This has been huge, massive takeaways, and just like big shout out to all the people that I got there and that are tapping in live. I love y'all. So for me, it was really like the valley. I love how Lisa broke down the valley, and you are who you are because of your valley, and you have to stand in it. Don't try and run from it. Like, own your valley, baby.
I love it. Beautiful. Thank you, love. Yes, the valley, the valley, the valley, the valley, the big U. How many of you love being, it's a little sometimes difficult because you feel like you're bragging, but the big U, how many of you love that exercise of talking about, yes, the big U, and calculating the hours of a PhD or the hours you studied to be in your profession in network marketing, or the hours you've spent recruiting or making phone calls, that's valid. And so to share that is huge. And then to go down to the valley is just delicious. And you saw the SAC coaches, the speaker advocate coaches do that. Step, step, jump. Ooh, every time Annabelle tells that story, I'm a New Yorker, native, born and raised in Manhattan. I wasn't there when the Twin Towers went down. I was in Chicago, and I remember trying to call my family, and all the circuits were busy. The phone circuits just went busy. So to see a survivor of 9/11, and every time she tells the story, goosebumps go all over my body. And that's powerful. And she did a lot of full body sport. Step, step, jump, my children. Step, step, jump, my family. And and she said she hadn't voiced that story for 20 years. So giving oxygen to her truth. And then her beautiful book. So anyway, so delicious. I love it. Takeaways are great. And so we are going to have a fabulous time today. We have a lot more speakers teaching you techniques in recruiting and network marketing, and I can't wait to introduce them. And so before we get started, I'm gonna invite Marina to the stage.
We're gonna start dancing every time we get on stage. You have to.
Dancing is a unifier. So I love it. I love it. All right. So we're going to start with some questions that everyone had. My team tells me.
Yeah, so we yesterday we had when we opened the impact, and some of you were in the early morning session learning about the influencer bootcamp. So we just got a bunch of questions, and what it means that if some of you have it, that means that everybody else has something similar. So I know that there were some questions for the coaches. So Danita, maybe you can just cover what the coaches were getting about the program, about the impact.
So one of the questions is, how does this program differ from all other programs available out there? I think the distinction is application, because you can learn skill set and people can teach you how to speak, but in the impact container, you're gonna do applied learning. And so it's you got it in you to prove to yourselves that you have the capability of doing these skill sets. So application learning to me is everything. Yesterday, we had a few virtual people do the iterations. You got to stand up, pray up, and all of that. So now they prove to themselves that they can do it. So the application is different. We don't teach just skill set. And Lisa is considered the GOAT in the industry, the greatest of all times. And she's in her legacy years, and she wants to make sure that she teaches what she's learned. So it's very distinct. We have those beautiful SAC coaches that you heard from, our speaker advocate coaches. So everyone gets a coach to practice with. So it's intimate, it's in groups, and you get to unpack your story, and then we get to give it back to you, and then you get to try it again. And in Impact, we're going to touch on all the 17 techniques in the science of speaking. So the application, I think, is the piece that makes it different from any other speaking program.
And I think also the 17 techniques in general are the biggest
Yes.
difference, because I never heard, and I heard a lot of different trainers, trust me, and it just basically, majority of them just give an overview, right? But Lisa goes into specific details, into specific kind of like the system. That's what allows for somebody to learn the skill set, because when you are an amazing presenter, that's wonderful, that's good for you. But in order for somebody else to learn it, you need to break it down for me so I can understand little pieces. And then when I put those pieces together, that's when the speech or the conversation or the presentation becomes juicy and becomes more powerful. So I think those little systems and details and specificities that Lisa is teaching, that's the biggest difference in my opinion. And of course, the application, because if you're not practicing, it's really hard to get great, because just the book knowledge is not going to get you there.
It's a formula that everyone can learn. Type in chat, it's a formula. It's a formula, and it's Lisa's formula. She sat in her closet at that time, it was an office, and she goes, what do I do that makes me unforgettable? And she just put Post-it notes. And so the science of speaking are things like me, we, you. She just named them. So they're her techniques, and that makes it unique.
And I don't know, do you guys have male coaches? Because that was one of the questions.
Yes, we have quite a few male speaker advocate coaches that will be helping you with your one of the lead speaker advocate coaches.
I think you just curated female coaches because it's a most powerful women event.
We have
So
men
that's
and
why.
women.
And all the men are actually invited to the program, because like you can be a great speaker, you don't have to be just a woman, right?
Yeah.
All of men are welcome, absolutely. Just because this is the women's event, of course, you guys are first to hear, and we will extend that invitation to everybody who are not part of the women's event. So of course, all men welcome, because we want you to be great orators and speakers as well.
Beautiful. The next question is, how do I know if I'm the first 300 attending live? It's going to fill up quick. And so take action. We still have room for the live, so that you can make travel arrangements.
Yes, and as soon as you sign up, the team gonna send you an email, and those of you who already got the email that you're part of the 300, so you can start making traveling arrangements. And I know it was a question about the travel as well, because the event, the Impact, starts on June 29th and goes through the 30th. And because of course we're gonna start early in the morning, unless your flight lands at 6 a.m., we would recommend you to come the day before so you can get a good night rest, because it's going to be 2 full days of not just education, but also practice. So we want you to be rested. So come a day in earlier. And also, again, the 30th, we're going to go all day. Then we're going to have a party. So unless you're going to leave on the red eye, just please stay one more extra day so you can soak it in and travel.
We want you to be rested. You come empty, we'll come full. And so rest is key. And so the day before, so you're not rushed. And the day after leave so that you can digest everything and then go back into your environment and apply what you learned. Beautiful.
I know also there were questions about the spouses. The reason why we allowing spouses and having a 50% off is because if you're building the business together in the same household, of course, we want you to learn and we want your spouse to have this option as well, but it's still different learning process. And of course, your spouse is going to get his or her own feedback. So when we talk about partner, when your partner can get a 50% off, we mean the partner that builds the business with you, the partner that you're splitting commissionable check, and we will require the proof of that. So if it's your friend or team member or anybody like that, unfortunately, they'll have to pay the full price. And trust me, it's worth the price of admission because like I said, I'm paying way more money than you guys have this amazing opportunity. So I would literally grab it because that's probably never gonna happen again. I don't know, because like I said, Lisa is in her years of trying to get a little bit more time with the family, with her amazing husband. So if she's gonna continue to do something on her boot camp, it's more expensive program and it's very limited. So this is the first time we're opening for network marketing community, and it's going to be also curated for network marketing as well, because the application of what Lisa is teaching, that's what's going to be key for all of us inside of this profession. So Eric and I are going to be parts of the program in different ways to help you to apply everything that you learn into network marketing.
Beautiful. And our team tells us also about can our children allowed? And I'm not sure the children of 18 and over, but they would have to pay their own price. And so it's not part of the 50% split. So
and if you have little babies, we probably would recommend you bring your husband,
right,
have him be a babysitter, because you want to be fully immersed, you want to be engaged, you want to participate. And if you have to take care of the baby, that might be a little bit challenging.
right. So when should we arrive and depart? I think Marina, you covered that. And
yeah, so we already talked about when people should arrive. When the offer ends, as soon as the spot's gonna fill up, then that's when the offer ends. Because like I said, right now we're offering just for the most powerful women in network marketing event, but tomorrow the whole world gonna know that. Everybody inside of the profession gonna hear about it. So we would strongly recommend you to grab, at least if you want to be part of the 300 who are in the studio, make sure to grab your ticket quickly. There were some billing questions. So if you have any billing question, can I pay with this card? We accepting crypto. Can I split between two cards? Whatever, right? Please email to billing@networkmarketingpro.com and they will help you take care of those different arrangements. We can do wire, pretty much any form of payment. And if you have any customer support questions, please email to support@networkmarketingpro.com. There was a question about if somebody who was not part of the most powerful women in network marketing, can they get a ticket as well? Yes, I think that I just answered that. Anybody who you want to talk to in your team, organization, or just your friends, because at the end of the day, the skill set that Lisa is teaching is not just for network marketing. So if you have a friend who do you think gonna be benefiting from this program and wants to elevate their communication skills and their speaking, extend that invitation to them so they can you can share the link, and
the more the merrier. So invite people. Yeah.
all right, do we have any more questions? I don't think so. Anybody in the live or anybody in the chat? So unless we missed your question, throw the question in the chat. I see Saralina already made a hotel reservation. Congratulations, cannot wait to see you. There was a question earlier about if, because when we offered the influencer bootcamp, this is another program. You will see it also on your dashboard. If you missed the early morning presentation, if you want to learn more about it, click on the link influencer bootcamp and you will see more information about it. It's a higher level program for people who want to do a deep dive. It's a 4-day event that is happening September 13th through the 16th. We will see if it's going to happen in our house or in the studio. It's going to be limited to 300 people because it's very intimate connection and very deep dive training. So we want to make sure that everybody have ability to as close to one-on-one coaching with Lisa. So that's the another program that we're offering. And if you want to be part of the influencer bootcamp, impact gonna be part of your bonuses, so you don't have to worry about if you want to buy one and another. So impact will be included in your price of entry into the influencer bootcamp. So go check that out and let us know if you have any questions on that. And I think we're gonna invite our next speaker. What do you think?
Yes, let's do
All
it.
right, so I would like to bring on stage the amazing Brain Lane. You heard her yesterday on the success panel. She joined network marketing in 2014 when she decided she was tired of working from 4 to 8 p.m. every day and never seeing her family. After just 4 years, she built to a 6-figure income, but was extremely burnt out. When her son told her she didn't think she loved him anymore because she was always working and never paid attention to him, she almost quit network marketing. How many of you heard that part before, right? But I think that for all of us, we talked about it, being having a mom guilt. I do believe that at least this profession has the ability to build that future, build that time freedom, so you can get there. It's not going to happen overnight. But when you're working a full-time job, when you're coming home exhausted, when you have to take care of your family, cook dinners, and do everything, and at the end of the day, you do not even have the ability, time, or money to spend with your children, I think that burnout is much worse. So, of course, Brent didn't quit network marketing, and she continued to learn, and in the next 2 years, she built a 7-figure income in her network marketing business. So who's excited to learn from Brent? All right,
Family
Brent,
balance. That's what you
welcome
need.
to the stage.
Y'all, I got me a little out of breath. I think I need to work out a little bit more. How y'all doing this morning? We got the energy a little bit high up in here. We're gonna have a little bit of fun, right? So I'm excited. First off, I have to say, like, do you guys see this place? I'm like, this is like a dream come true. Thank you to Marina and to Eric and to Lisa for putting on this like ridiculously amazing event for us women, right? Let's go, girls. I'm super excited to be here with you guys today. I'm going to be talking to you guys about overcoming objections. But I want to teach you how to make them an offer so good that they can't say no. How many of y'all like to hear the word no? Yeah, me neither. I don't like it. So let me tell you guys a little bit of story here. So y'all want to talk shoes? Ladies, who of y'all love shoes? Put it in the chat if you love shoes. Okay, so just a few weeks ago, me and my husband, we're sitting in the living room. We're having like our monthly budget meeting. I hate saying that because I have a shoe problem and my husband has a huge guitar problem. So let me just tell you this. Okay, so see these guitars right here? That is not even half of what this man has. Okay, so when we first met and we first moved in together, we lived in this little tiny duplex. Like it was like one bedroom upstairs, one bedroom downstairs. And there were like in every little spot in the house where there was like an open space, there was a guitar. And I will just be honest, I did not want these guitar cases all over my house. I'd be like vacuuming and I'm like,
I never hit one of the guitars, just in case. So anyway, we're sitting there and we're having a conversation about our monthly budget, and we're having, I'm like, I'm really gonna go like a month, maybe 2 months. I'm not gonna buy any shoes. And I'm like, you're not gonna buy any guitars. We're gonna do this together. And then I get a little ding on my phone and I look down and it's an email from Marina Worry asking me to speak on the stage. And I'm like, I just told him I wasn't gonna buy any more shoes. And so in that moment, I realized that I needed to make him an offer so good that he couldn't say no, right? So I'm like, okay, how do I do this? Okay, honey. So let me just tell you, I just got invited to speak at the most powerful women in network marketing event. Like this is like gold, man. Like I'm like crying. I got an email. I'm in there with Tom Bilu and Lisa Nichols and Marina Ware. I'm like, what has even happened with my life? I'm like, so here's the thing. I really need a new pair of shoes. And I know I just said I'm gonna buy any more shoes, but I really need a new pair of shoes because let me explain to you what the shoes do. Okay, they are the first thing that people notice when Yo Butt walks on stage. Okay, they are the first impression. Y'all ever meet somebody and you shake their hand and it's like, you're like, you didn't come to play. But you meet somebody and you shake their hand and it's like, you're like, this person came to play, that person's successful. That's what my shoes are gonna do when I get on the stage. I'm gonna make a great first impression, then I'm gonna have lots more opportunities, which in turn gonna make me a little bit more money, right? And then you can buy all the guitars you want. With the funny part is my husband doesn't ever tell me no. I'm the boss. I'm the boss. So let's talk about overcoming objections and this right here. The best way to overcome an objection is to not get one in the first place. Now you're gonna get them, but I'm gonna teach you how to get less. How about that? You wanna get less objections? All right. But how? All right, take a screenshot of this. This is the sell ice to an Eskimo framework. Okay, confidence. So y'all can't do that to me because I'm just gonna break out dancing and all my time's gonna be gone. All right, confidence, belief, identify, offer. So, confidence in yourself, plus belief in what you have, plus understanding their problem equals an offer so good they can't say no. So what did I do with my husband? Okay, I had the confidence that if I wore the shoes, I would make a great impression. I had belief in the power of the shoes. I understand that he won't be able to buy as many guitars as he wants, right? So I made him an offer so good he couldn't say no. So let's break this down. Confidence. This one's hard. Am I right? How many of you have really, really struggled with lack of confidence? Okay, so here is why I chose the song that I came out to. Might have seemed a little egotistical. I don't have an ego. I just know what I need to hear and I need to say and I need to breathe in order to feel amazing about myself. So you see a confident woman up here owning the stage and the shoes, right? Okay, but what you don't see is the reps and the reps and the reps that I have had to do over the years, year after year after year, day after day after day, hour after hour sometimes, in order to feel that way about myself. See, we don't come into the world and just like, hello, I'm so confident. Well, actually, toddlers, I mean, can we all be a toddler again? They're just like, hey, they don't care, right? But something happens to us when we're children. And I talked about this yesterday, right? For a long time, I lived the story that somebody else gave me. My stepfather, every single day, belittled my body, belittled my mother and her body, made me believe that in order to be loved, I couldn't be overweight. I had small shoulders, big hips. Those weren't lovable. And so for most of my life, I spent avoiding mirrors. Any of y'all, have y'all been there in the chat? Have you ever avoided a mirror? Then I got pregnant and I gained like 60 pounds. I was weighing in at 220. And I decided that I was ready to get fit. And then I got really skinny. Like I got down to like 120 pounds. But every time I looked in the mirror, because at that point I became obsessed with mirror, I picked every piece of cellulite. I looked at every roll, and it's all I could see. But I realized that I needed to do the work on me. And when I joined network marketing, all that baggage that sat on my shoulders and weighed me down, I realized that I couldn't rise if it was on my shoulders. And so I had to make a decision to become confident, because what we do is a transfer of confidence, of belief, and of energy. Right? If I come with confidence, if I said, hey, you want to join me, girl? After getting up here, you're like, yeah. Right? Because I sold you with my confidence. But it takes reps and reps and reps and reps. So what I did is I created what I like to call a confidence list. Okay? And I challenge you, every single one of you, to create this list, whether you feel super confident or not. I want you to create it. I want you to take some time tonight, get quiet, and I want you to write down everything about yourself that is amazing. Because God made every single one of us amazing. And we're all so different. It's freaking awesome. And I'll tell you, the first time I did this, I was bawling, crying. I had 2 things on the list, and that is not a lie. I couldn't find a lot that was lovable or worthy of me. But every day I sat down and I challenged myself to find new things about myself that I love. And I kept writing them down and I kept writing them down. And then I got in the mirror every single day and I started saying it in the mirror. I started saying it and celebrating myself every day. And you know what? I adopted a habit of doing it every day before I started working. I go, just see how amazing I am before I send this prospect a message here. I reminded myself who I am and who God made me to be and how very special I am, just like every single one of you. I challenge you to do this. I challenge you because I know that if you get reps and you get reps and you get reps and you get reps, you can talk to anybody and feel amazing. So what are the thoughts you're currently thinking about yourself? Have y'all ever you realize that probably 95% of the thoughts we think, you don't even realize you're thinking them. They're just running on autopilot in your mind all the time. This one thing, I want you to hear this. If you were to speak to your child the way you speak to yourself, how would that make you feel? Can you imagine saying, you're not worthy, you're not lovable, you're fat, you can't be successful, you're not smart? Can you imagine saying that stuff to your kids? I want you to think about that every time you start to think poorly of yourself. Because confidence is important and it can be built with reps and reps and reps. So make your list. Belief. How many of you are absolutely obsessed with what you do? You're obsessed with your company. You're obsessed with your products, with your leadership, with your system, with your tools. Let me just tell you, if you're not 100% sold out on what you do you believe that you're going to be able to transfer that to somebody else and make them want to join you? They got to feel it, man. Just like the confidence. When you're talking to them, they got to feel that belief. So do you have a belief list? Do you have a belief list? Do you know why you are currently with the company that you're with? Why did you choose the products that you're obsessed with? What do you love about your corporate staff and the leadership and the systems and the tools? Look, as a high-level leader, I still got to remind myself sometimes. I get tired. I get burnt out. I get pissed off when things don't go right, or God forbid somebody leaves my team. Yes, it happens to everybody. I have to remind myself every day. I read that belief list over and over and over. And you know what that creates? It creates commitment. And commitment is another hard one. But if you're not 100% committed, how do you feel that anybody is going to want to join you? You have to be committed. Commitment is magnetic. So I want you to think about this. How many of y'all are married? And how many of you feel like marriage is kind of hard? If you ain't raising your hand, you lying, or you just got married. You're still in the honeymoon. Like literally last week, my husband looked over at me and said, "You walk too loud." What? You pee too loud. That's marriage, right? It's gonna get hard at a certain point, right? The thing is, when we get married or when we join our network marketing company in the very beginning, we're so excited. Oh my gosh, everybody's gonna buy it, everybody's gonna join me. It's easy to make the decision. It's very hard to stay committed. And you wanna know why people don't stay committed? Because they leave a back door open. Why do over 50% of marriages end in divorce? Because when people get married, they leave that back door. They say, well, if it doesn't work, even if it's subconsciously, we can get divorced. So how many of y'all got that back door back there with your business? Good, that's honesty. I like it. I like honesty. With awareness comes change. So if you realize right now that you have that little back door back there, I want you to shut it. I want you to brick it up. I want you to cement it. There can be no back door. Because as long as you have that back door, you're going to get a lot of no's. You're going to get a lot of people that aren't going to join you. Okay? So you need to know what your belief is. What is your vision? What is your mission? Lisa talked about it yesterday. You got to know. What is it that you want? If you ask me what I want in the next 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, I could tell you very, very, very detailed exactly what I want. And I have that belief that's firing that vision, and I'm reading it every single day. The next step is identify. See, here's the problem, and it's very prevalent right now on social media. Most people try to sell a solution before they even know that their prospect has a problem. And this is why you get a ton of no's. Because if you don't know what their problem is, and I just got 3 messages in my inbox this morning, sending me a direct link to a video, this new company starting out, you would be a great fit. I'm like, you don't even know me. Do you know? You didn't even check me out. Obviously, I'm solidified where I'm at, right? So here's what you need to do in order to identify the problem. Let me give you an example. Okay, if I wanted to catch your attention on social media, let's say I wanted to sell you a weight loss product. What most people do is look at this thing that I'm taking. I'm so excited. I'm losing so much weight. What if I just said, dear sweet baby Jesus, somebody please come snack the chips and cheese dip right out my hands, because I am really sick of myself. You think I'd have a lot of people on that post? They'd be like, oh, me too. Oh, I love Mexican. Oh God, I feel so bad. Man, it's gonna be summer and I can't fit in any of my stuff, right? Like you would get a ton of people, they'd be like, man, I love cheese dip too. I can't stop eating it. How easy would it then be? But I could have the same conversation with a friend. She'd be like, yeah, me too. Me too. Me too. Me too. How easy is it to have a conversation then? Girl, y'all, let me just tell you, I have a Mexican problem. I eat it like 3 times a week. I like had to stop eating it for like a month before this because this thing would not fit in it at all. I'm like, I really do need to slap the chips and cheese out of my hand. It's easy to have a conversation now, right? I'm like, girl, I feel you. I'm so sick of myself. Have you ever done anything to like help, or like, you got any plans? You got any plans? Like, you gonna work out more? You taking anything? Just asking a question. Well, no, I hadn't really thought about it, but I really need to get my stuff together. Well, look, I mean, I just started using the stuff, or I've been using the stuff for a little while, but I got pretty lax on it. I'm about to be like legit getting on it. You want to do it with me? I ask a question, right? I know what their problem is. I listen. How many people actually listen? No, we just want to shove my product in your face. That's what y'all want to do, don't lie. Y'all be lying. That's what I did when I first started network marketing. I'm gonna take my stuff or I will knock you out. These shoes gonna knock somebody out. Jokers are big. So you gotta ask questions, you gotta listen. You have to identify what their problem is before you make the offer. Now, if you have the confidence and you got the belief and you identified an actual problem that you can solve, boom shakalaka. You make them an offer so good that they can't say no. That's what I did with my husband. I told y'all yesterday, I joined network marketing because the right person on the right day at the right time said the exact right thing. You wanna know what happened? Wanna know what he said? So I was coaching boot camp at this point. And what do people do when they're working out? They complain. They complain about their lives, about their kids, about their financial situation. I was like a bartender. I knew everybody's dirt. Everybody. So just the week before this happened, well, I was coaching one of my boot camp classes and I was talking about being in Target and trying to pick out a pair of shoes for my kid who was 5 at the time. And at this point in my life, I mean, we were making no money. I'm like working like 5 a.m. in the morning until 8 p.m. at night. And like, I couldn't make any more money doing what I was doing. Like I was working as many hours as possible. And I remember standing in Target, staring at a pair of shoes for my kid and asking myself if I could make them stretch just a little bit longer until I got paid, because they'd be growing out of shoes fast. And it was so humbling. Like knowing I couldn't buy the shoes. And so I'm telling the people in my boot camp about this. And so a week later, my friend comes in and he like runs in. He's so excited. He's like, Britta Lang, oh my gosh, I gotta tell you something. I'm like, what, man? I gotta start boot camp. He said, dude, I just bought socks without checking my bank account. And I was like, oh. I gotta check my bank account to do everything. What did he do? He was listening to me the week before. When he came in with his confidence and his belief in what he had, and he had identified my problem. And then all he had to do was make me an offer so good I couldn't say no. And I didn't say no. And look at me now. Now, objections are normal. Okay, let's put this out there. And no matter what you do and how well you do this, you're still gonna get them. Okay, you're still gonna have people tell you no, but I guarantee you, I'm gonna give y'all a money back guarantee, although I don't know how I'm gonna give y'all my money, but I want you to try what I shared with you. I want you to message me and I want you to tell me how much different you feel when you're talking to people, okay? But once again, they are normal, you will still get them. So screenshot this. This is how to overcome any objection. So number one, you need to ask what the hesitation is. If they're telling you no, they're telling you no for a reason. It might not be a legitimate reason, as we all know, right? People like to say they're broke, I ain't got enough money. They haven't seen the value in it yet. But you got to ask. You have to know what the hesitation is. Number two, you need to listen. I already said this once, and I want you to listen. Do you know what's wrong with this world? People don't know how to listen. Every time they're talking to somebody, they're thinking about the next thing they're going to say. They miss 50% of what that other person is saying. If you don't listen, okay, how do you expect to overcome that objection? The last part is you need to connect them to the right story. This whole weekend has been about the power of stories. How many of you feel so much more confident about telling your story? Right? Yeah. And all these people in this room that you're networking with, and all of you virtually that you're networking with each other in these breakout rooms, these are your powers. The people are your powers. The stories are your powers. How many of you are creating great relationships in your company with your downline, with your upline, with your sidelines, with your crosslines? I met my best friend on the planet in my company. We don't benefit off of each other monetarily, me and Miss Marina Simone. We do everything together. We utilize each other's stories. So who do you know that you can connect this person with that has the right story? If you're talking to a single mom of 3 children that is so worried she won't have enough time, because let's be honest, I bow down to single moms. They don't have a lot of time. But I might know my friend Wendy, who's also a single mom, who also has a cajillion children, who also is super busy, who also had the same hesitation when she started. Who's freaking crushing it? You think that might be the right person that I should probably connect this person with? Get to know the people in your company. A rising tide raises all ships. You are in it together. Help each other, utilize each other's stories. And the last thing I want to say, y'all heard me say it yesterday. We all started stuck. When I started network marketing, it took me 6 months to sign on my first business partner. 6 months. Most people quit way before that. Way before that. No matter what you do, if it's something new, even what I taught you today, all these things that you learned this weekend, and is your mind just like, I'm like that mind blown emoji right now, right? Like my brain's like, I can't put anything anymore in there, right? We're gonna suck at it at first, right? A lot of the stuff you're gonna suck at first, and that's okay. Suck until you suck less. Embrace the suck. When you embrace the stuff, that's when the good stuff happens. Every single one of you is capable and powerful, and every single one of you can be up here. Okay? 5 years ago, I said, I want to speak on stages. I had 0 cred. 0. I literally tried to pay somebody to take my speech class for me. I am a severe introvert, which none of you would ever know. I am bad. I don't like people in person. Okay. But I learned to embrace the suck. And I said, I'm gonna be on stage. I'm gonna suck right now, but I'm gonna be committed to becoming excellent so that I can stand on this stage and I can impact the people in the audience that I dreamed to impact. And that's what happens when you suck until you suck less. All right, y'all.
She did great, didn't she? As you can tell, my voice isn't all the way back, but that's all right. I feel fine. It's just my voice is tired. I wanted to chat with you a little bit about objections because have you ever noticed that your response to a rejection or an objection, I should say, is in direct proportion to how confident or insecure you are? If you don't have any money and somebody says the product's too expensive, you're like, yeah, it's expensive for me too. You know what I mean? Or if you don't have any time, you're overwhelmed and somebody says, I don't know if I have the time. You have a very difficult time reacting to that, right? So I went through 3 stages when it comes to objections in my career. Stage number 1 was to agree with whatever the objection was and run away. They say, I don't have the time. Like, okay, you don't have the time. I got to go. Bye. I don't have the money. Well, you can't do it if you don't have the money. I don't know anyone. Well, I guess you need to know some people. And I would run away because it was so uncomfortable in that moment. Second, after I learned some things, I fought with everybody. You know, they would say, I don't have the time. I'd say, yes, you do have the time. Let's count how many hours there are in the week and how many, let me see your screen time on your phone. Show me right now. You know, I'd argue about everything, network marketing, the works. I'd argue like crazy. And you can guess how that worked, right? It didn't work very well. And then the third thing I learned to do was, I said, you know what? This is something that I'm going to have to deal with for the next 50 years. Maybe if I just practice a little when it comes to somebody who says, I don't have the time, I don't have the money, I don't know anybody, I'm not a salesperson, I don't want to bother my friends, right? I already have a business. What if I just spend a few hours practicing and role play back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth until I was just like, okay, I'm good. And we spent a lot of time in our business kind of, how can I say, winging it. And if you feel anxious when an objection shows up, you've been winging it for too long. It's time to stop winging it. Just master it, get it over with. Rip that Band-Aid off, right? Because what I learned with practice, a doctor will spend 10 years practicing before they let them actually work as a doctor. We won't spend 10 hours dealing with some of the biggest issues in our business, somebody's misunderstanding of what it is that we offer. So sometimes you got to slow down to speed up just a little bit, right? What I ultimately learned about objections is they're the best thing that could happen in a conversation. They're actually your best friend. I thought it was tension and drama and rejection, and really it's just an opportunity to educate. And when you look at it that way, please, because you tell somebody and they clearly can't understand it, but they're ready to go. They jump in and they jump out just as fast. But if they truly understand what you have, then you have something that you can work with long term. So don't be afraid of them. Step in, do a little bit of practice. Now,
This ideas get me excited. Coming up with an idea, right? Because I've learned that when an idea shows up, one of my little superpowers is I have a very high level of awareness. And I see something like, oh, if I apply that, 5 years from today, I'm going to completely separate myself from everyone else. But I also learned another thing about ideas. Ideas are common. Action is rare. You know, we can get excited for a moment, but if you don't put that idea into action, it's worthless. The best business plan in the world doesn't work at all unless you put action into it. So this is a journey to get out of your head and into action. Because I'm a professional procrastinator. I don't know about you. I'm so good at procrastinating. It's unbelievable. And I've come up with over the years tricks in order to be able to get me into action. One of the tricks is I treat everything like a project. Everything in my life is a project. I'll treat a day like a project because I can mentally get my head around that. And I look for little wins. You know, when I'm making my to-do list, I'm a big list guy. You ever did something already that you wrote it down so you could cross it off? Anybody? You sickos. It's so weird. Nobody is even watching, but you need to have the cross off, right? I got it. I did it. I do it all the time. Look at how much I accomplished yesterday, you know? And I still have this. How many of you also have the same 3 things that you haven't touched? Same 3 things that you haven't touched on your list after list after list after list for the last year. Anybody? I mean, they just stay there. They're permanent. They make me feel bad. Every day I look at them. Weird creatures we are. But one of the best people in the world that when I met her, I immediately connected with her, and I'm usually a slow burn when it comes to meeting new people. But immediately we were like just friends. And she knows how to crawl into your head and help you turn your thoughts into actions. She's so good at it. And she's been with you for the last 2 days, and she's still here today. I want you to really, really give it up, because now is action time. Day 3 is action time. You take all these great notes, and it doesn't matter if we don't go do something about it, okay? So please welcome back to the stage your friend and mine, Lisa Nichols.
Yeah, I think that's
We've all said that at some point, right? It's time. I'm coming out. Turn it up one more time. Just that phrase. You got to give the world notice at times. All of us have had to do that. But before you give the world notice, you give yourself notice. I've been in this show long enough, and I think that you come out multiple times. I don't believe that there's one purpose on your life. I believe that there's multiple seasons of purpose on your life. I believe that you will grow and outgrow one purpose, you will complete it, and it's done, and it'll be harder for you to try to continue to fit back in that old purpose. Rather take on the new one, the scary, hairy purpose, the ones that still makes your knees knock and your teeth chatter. But you know that in order for you to fulfill that purpose, you have to expand. You can't fill your next purpose in your current state. That there are thoughts and mindsets and belief systems that will have to die away because you've outgrown them. And there are new belief systems and habits that you'll have to adopt and live in order to be that woman, that man you know yourself to be. That place is an exciting, terror-sided kind of place to be. And yet that's when you know you're alive. If you stop being nervous, you stop wondering, you stop kind of figure it out, then you stop living. Now you're living inside complacency. Anybody been there? I've been there. Type your name in chat if you've been there. I've been there. My C level was someone else's A level, and they were impressed with me giving them half of me. And I go, okay, if that impresses you, okay. And I kind of coasted for a while because I'm like, if you're impressed with that, then this is easy. And it was easy, but not fulfilling. It was easy, but not fulfilling. That the last thing you want to do is die with any of your greatness left in you. Like that's where I am when you hear Danita talk about legacy years. It like I'm just getting started, but I'm getting started in all that I want to leave. It's going to be a while before I ever think of sitting down. But I want to spend this last season of working like this, all in depositing and showing and sharing my greatness so that it lives beyond my life cycle. I think that's our responsibility to humanity. Like I'm a little chocolate girl from South Central LA on the main stage. That's because Dr. King and a bunch of unsung heroes that you'll never see and you'll never know had the courage to stand up for what was right.
I have a dream that one day,
and that dream cost him.
This nation will rise up.
That man was scared.
Live out the true meaning of its creed.
That man's parents cried and called him repeatedly and said, don't do it, Martin. There's a letter published by Dr. King that most people will never know about. And it talks about how he sat at his dining room table trying to find a way to get out of the movement and not appear coward. And he said, as he cried out to God, God, I want to stop because I have a young baby and I have a new wife. This was with his first child. He went on to have 4 children. So he was scared early on. He said, I want to give up. I want to stop because I'm afraid, but I'm afraid more that if I stop, others will stop as well. Oh, we only know Dr. King. We don't know Martin. We don't know that Martin has said they're throwing Molotov cocktail bombs in my window at home. They're threatening me. They're telling me if I don't stop. And he says in his cry out to God, God, I don't want to die doing this. I'm afraid. So fear is not a reason to not move. Fear is not a reason to pause. Confusion is not a reason. Worry is not a reason. Lack of current resources are not a reason to not move forward. Your conviction has to outweigh your convenience. I read this letter and I published this letter. They're happy that I'm taking the earring off. But I had to make them wait a minute. Fashion has its purpose. I refuse to lose the entire style, so we'll just repurpose the earring. Girl has to rock her crown someday. And so I started this conversation with, we're here to confront any form of mediocrity that stands between you and the woman, the man that you're becoming. And we went on this journey of asking you, who are you willing to be and what are you willing to do? Because you were never designed to stop. You were never designed to quit. You were never designed, you might slow down, but in this room for the last 3 days, all we've been doing is giving you tools so that you can ramp up. You're just getting started. And everything, say everything. Type in chat, everything, say everything. Everything you've navigated through to get you to this moment was to get you ready to get started. And right where you are enough. And you do based on what you know, and when you know more, you will do more. So don't keep score of what it should have been. Keep track of what it can be. Because you were meant to last. When I was 15 years old, oh, I love swimming. I was an athlete very early on in my life because in South Central Los Angeles, being an athlete was the way that you found a healthy game, other athletes. So my daddy said very early on, Lisa, you will be in sports. Not an option, you will be in sports. Because he wanted the discipline that came with it. And he wanted the coaches to make sure I was with them after school. My daddy read a study that said most girls get pregnant between 3 and 6 p.m. And so between 3 and 6 p.m., I was always at the track or at the swim meet. I didn't know that until later, but daddy was pretty smart. And I love swimming, except there was one challenge. I always came in dead last. Say dead last. No. Say it like you would say it if I wasn't around. Dead last. Type in chat. Dead last. You know how you would say it if I wasn't around. You guys, she was swimming really hard, splashing a lot of water, but she came in. That's how you would say it. So we can just say it like that here. I'm okay with it. Yes, that's just how you write it. Yes, that's dead. That's a lot of E's. Okay, Margarita. So if they had 6 lanes, I come in 6. If they had 9 lanes, I come in 9. They once had 11 lanes and I came in 11th, and the judge gave me an honorable mention that said I came in 12th. I said, no, I'm sorry, Judge, I came in 11th. He said, sweetheart, you came in dead last. I said, that's okay, that was 11. Can you change that here, please? And so I would always get this thing called an honorable mention. Anybody know what an honorable mention is? For those of you who don't, everyone who knows, you're laughing. Because you know that an honorable mention is a ribbon. Can I have a sheet of paper, just a blank sheet of paper? It's an honorable mention, it's a ribbon, right? It's a ribbon, thank you so much. It's a ribbon that says, thank you for showing up. You didn't do diddly squat. Am I lying? Is that not what an honorable mention means? It was like, you didn't do nothing. But we don't want you to leave empty-handed. Y'all come back now, you hear? And so I came in last at every single swim meet. Every swim meet, I came in last. Everything I've ever joined, literally, I started out in last place. I don't know why. Maybe it was character building for such a time as this. I don't, but I'm all about the underdog and the person at the end, because there's a time where those who are last might just be first. Hello, somebody. So I had a ton of honorable mentions. Now, my mother, not knowing what an honorable mention was, she actually thought I did something. So my mother would take all the honorable mentions and put them right on the wall. My brother nicknamed the wall Lisa's Loser Shrine. It's my brother, it's what they do. And so we had 13 swim meets that summer. I had 13 honorable mentions right outside the kitchen. I could not eat without knowing what a loser I was. So this last swim meet, it was really intense because this last swim meet was with the team that was mean in the pool really fast and really mean out the pool. So they was gonna kick my butt in the pool, and then they was gonna kick my butt out the pool. Really, like, they like to fight. And I wasn't a fighter. I don't wanna fight. I don't wanna fight, so I ran very fast. So the day before the swim meet, I go to my grandmother's house, and she was the safest place on the planet for me. And I said, Grandma, and some of you may be here. And if you hear yourself here, type your name in chat. You hear yourself here, raise one hand or two hands, or do both. I said, Grandma, I'm tired. I'm tired of giving my all. and feeling like I'm not getting back what I should get back based on how much I'm putting in. I don't know about anyone else. I see you, Markella. I don't know about anyone else, but I'm playing full out. And even though my playing full out doesn't get me the result my coach think I should get, I'm still playing full out. Grandma, I'm tired of not hearing thank you. I'm tired. I'm tired of not being acknowledged. I'm tired by the time I get out the pool, everyone's just walking away like they're embarrassed of my contribution. I see you, Ayana. I see you, Danya. I see you, Shadi. I see you, Heather. I'm tired, I'm exhausted. I said, Grandma, I decided that today, the day before the swim meet, you guys, I'm gonna quit. And my grandmother looked at me and she said, quit? Like she didn't even understand the language. No hablo español. I was like, quit. She was like, quit. I said, maybe I should say it. Quit, ma'am. And she looked at me perplexed. Honestly, like she didn't understand what I was saying. She said, baby, you're young. Come sit down next to Grandma. She said, you don't know some things. And I believe my grandmother shared this with me so I could share it with you. And you determine if it's you that should hear this today. She said, sweetheart, you come from a long line of winners. See, your great ancestors, they took a long boat ride over here to America. Many people died, but yours didn't. You know why? Because quitters never win and winners never quit. She says, so I'm not sure if you knew this, so I'll tell you. Your great-grandparents, they picked cotton. She said they picked cotton from sun up to sundown. And some people died of a heat stroke, but yours didn't. Do you know why? Because quitters never win and winners never quit. She said, and your parents, I know your parents didn't do all things right by you. She said, but there's so many sacrifices that they've made that you will never even know about. Because quitters never win and winners never quit. And then she said this. She said, baby, I know you thought you had the option of quitting. She said, but quitting is not even in your bloodline. It's not even in your vocabulary. It's not even in your descendants' vocabulary. So you need to take that off the table. She said, now you go on out there and you swim your swim meet tomorrow. And grandma's gonna do the same thing she always does. She prays, God, thank you for giving my baby the victory before she ever starts the race. I said, well, you know, that sounds good. Hold on, y'all, I was 15. I said, you know, I said, Grandma, I know you say I won. And I know God say I won. Somebody need to tell the judge. Because the judge keep giving me this honorable mention. She said, don't worry about that. You just going out there and swimming your race. The next day I go out and I walk in the gym, the gymnasium, the swim stadium, and I see the worst sight ever. The worst sight ever. My entire family in the bleachers. Lisa, and all I'm thinking is one question. There's only one thing worse than coming in dead last. It's having your entire family witness you coming in what? Dead last. I said, how y'all get here? What, this is horrible. They gonna be at the next 4th of July. Girl, she was splashing everywhere. Everybody was out the pool and she just splashing. She might want to put that hot dog down and grab a salad. I'm like, this is gonna be, and my family will talk. I'm like, this is gonna be horrible. Why are y'all here? Grandmama called us. Y'all go support that baby. Everybody took off work. It was horrible. It was horrible. I go over to the judge. I said, hi, Judge. My name is Lisa Nichols. I'm here for the 15-16 freestyle. Can I just get my honorable mention in advance and we just cut this short? The judge says, oh, sweetheart, I'm sorry, you're late. You missed your heat. I said, oh. Secretly, I was excited. I didn't want to go through that humiliation again. I said, oh, it's okay. We'll just do it next time. He said, oh, wait, hold on. Coach, do you want her to swim with the 17-18 heat? We got one lane left. And the 15-16-year-olds have me for lunch. I'll be their appetizer. Please don't do this to me. Please don't. My coach comes over and goes, Lisa, Steve says, Lisa, go ahead and swim. You need the practice. I said, no, I don't. I've mastered losing. I have my own loser shrine at home. I don't need any more help being embarrassed now. She said, I recommend you do it. And I was a very dutiful athlete, very dutiful. If you told me to do something, it didn't have to make sense to me. I'm obedient. I get on deck, and the only lane left was the center lane. Yes, life does get worse. It gets worse by the minute sometimes. I climb on deck, and I instantly noticed the difference between a 15-year-old girl and an 18-year-old girl. 15, I got on my blue bathing suit, powder blue, with matching blue lace. 18, Speedo. I was like, that's not cute. At 15, I had my hair and cornrows going back with matching blue barrettes. 18, Speedo cap. I was like, that's ugly. At 15, I'm not joking. I had on waterproof mascara. Somebody else had to be the loser on the other team too, maybe we'd be friends. At 18, goggles. Oh, like, that's really not cute. At 15, I get on deck. Hi, my name is Lisa. Wait for me. When we finish, we can walk in the locker room together. It might take a minute, but I'll be there. Okay, yes. At 18, nobody's responding. I was like, I could do that too. I think. I give my best shot. And that's when it started. Swimmers to your mark. I said, God, I need an intervention right now. And you said, all I need to do is have the faith of a mustard seed. I think I might need a watermelon seed for this one. But you said to just believe. You said that if I can think and if I can have the faith, that I can change things in my life. And some of you are here right now like that you need to change some things in your life. Raise your hand if you're in that space where some things need to change, wherever it is, whether it's finances or relationship or health and wellness or mindset or spirituality. If you're at an all or nothing right now, I was at an all or nothing. I needed to see some kind of something being produced from my efforts, and the gun goes off, pop! And I start swimming. Quitters never win, winners never quit. Quitters never win. Well, help me, you guys. Quitters never win, nice and loud. Quitters never win, say it, type it in chat. Quitters never win, winners never quit. Quitters never win, winners never quit. I drew my right arm back. I saw that there was one girl equal with me. I said, oh, today, she coming in what? Quitters never win, coming nice and loud. Quitters never win, winners never quit. Quitters never win, winners never quit. I did the flip turn, and I start heading back quite fast. Come on, y'all. Quitters never win, winners never quit.
Quitters never win, winners never quit. Quitters never win, winners never quit. I hit the wall. I looked to my left. There was no one there. I looked to my right. There was no one there. But you know mindset. I said, dang, I'm so slow. They got out the pool already. I'm getting slower by the minute. I don't even see any more ripples in the water. I mean, dang, like I just assumed. How many of us automatically go to the worst part? Which is why anything I ever do with you, I'm gonna blend in personal development. Because your life will only go as high as your belief system will allow you to go. Your life will only go as high as your belief system will allow you to go. I said, man, everybody out the pool. I look up at my coach with the, the I did my best look like, oh, sorry, I lost. I was like, sorry, coach. And to my surprise, my coach is jumping up and down frantically. Lisa, look, Lisa. I look behind me and the first person had just hit the halfway mark. But wait, mindset. I said, coach, am I supposed to swim 3 laps? I can hurry up and go. She's like, Lisa, what did you do differently? What did you do differently? I was like, throw on my hair, put on my barrettes, mascara. I said, oh, I chanted this thing that my grandmother taught me. I chanted, quitters never win and winners never quit while I was swimming. I said, coach, what happened? Please explain to me, why are these people just getting here? What just happened? She said, sweetheart, at age 15, you just broke the 17, 18-year-old's national record for freestyle. Hey. She said, but I've been training with you all the year. I'm confused. I've been to every one of those 13 swim meets where you came in last. She said, what did you do differently? I said, I was chanting that thing. She said, well, what were you chanting before? Right, Alfredo. I don't want to lose. 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 So how many of you are navigating through life more focused on what you don't want to lose than focused on what you know you can do? That there's something and someone waiting on you to stop worrying about losing and start focusing on winning. Because like I said on day 1, winning is your birthright. It's not a hookup. It's not a hookup to win. It's not a hookup to be happy. It's not a hookup to be powerful. It's your birthright. It's not hocus pocus. It's not just for some people. It's not just for some genders or some nationalities. It's not just for some age ranges. It's for all of us. But it's not going to come to your door, UPS Prime, and say, sign here. I'm your birthright. It's going to wait for you to get hungry enough to get tired of the old story you've been feeding yourself. That story that makes you a super hero that you can overcome every day. What have you outgrown it? What have you outgrown the way you thought? What if now it's time for you to see who you can become? Because that person has always been waiting on you to show up and accept it. Like she's been waiting, he's been waiting, saying,
Just let me out. Just let me out. Because when you let me out, and when you let me touch the world, show up and shine, I'm not gonna be perfect. But my imperfection will be liberating for others. What does it take? What does it take for you to give yourself everything you deserve, to stand up in your greatness, to own it, to say it's not my perfection that I'm gonna manage, it's my imperfection I'm gonna master. And I'm not gonna stand in my story, I'm gonna stand on my story. And I'm not gonna try to create my story, I'm gonna share my story. It's not easy. Be always hurt. You're a cheerleader. God, the ability to raise this. You when you there's so and 14 the way you can love the unlovable and forgive the unforgivable. In the way you be responsible for your words and your story in such a way that when you say it, they can bump your faith. So it doesn't belong to you. And it's not enough to say you're scared. And it's not enough to say you're tired. Great leaders get scared. And great leaders get tired. It's what we do. You signed that. You said sign up and every time sign for it. My life to be a contribution. It's been over 45 years since Dr. King was assassinated. And in this room, we have all these nationalities. We are all the beneficiaries of sacrifice. But when you your dash, you got a dash. The dash between your birthday and your transition day, you're still in your dash. And you got one job, make your dash dance. Make your dash dance. And it'll dance with tears. It'll dance with fears. But when you make your dash dance, you make somebody else's life better. The last thing you want to be is a flat line in your dash. So I stopped by. I stopped by to charge you. Don't wait till it's comfortable to say yes. Because it probably doesn't mean as much then. It's the yes in the discomfort. It's the yes when no one agrees with you. It's the yes when you don't have permission to say yes from the people you think you need permission from to say yes. It's the yes when you got to challenge and charge. It's when you got to declare, no, I'm sorry, you mistake my statement for asking permission. I was making a statement. I have to say that often. I say it very politely. I apologize. I led you to believe I was asking permission. Y'all can have that. I apologize. It was my tone. So I stopped by. I stopped by to ask you to join the mighty of us. There's room for all of us. And we need help. Gladiators who are really about change agent need help. People say, oh, I can't do it. You're already doing it. No, but I'm not enough. I'm not enough for this mission. We just navigated 2020.
We need more help than ever now. And we can use our businesses as the platform to change humanity.
Yes.
We can use our business. It's so much bigger than your business, but you can use your business. Use the business, use the model, use the money, use the product. Just be a change agent. Come through every door possible. Because you won't get a good night's sleep until you say yes to the calling on your life. I decided to do this so I could get a good night's sleep to the calling on my life. Say yes today. Whatever your yes is, say yes today. And say it out loud. Don't just say it inside. You've been polite too long. You've been quiet too long. How many of us, type in chat, you've wanted to do things, but you don't want to disrupt anybody. You don't want to disrupt anything. So you just kind of lay low, lay quiet. Say yes to yourself today. I'm not asking it to be to me. It needs to be to you. And then align yourself with other people who are saying yes. So your yes doesn't seem like an eyeball. And they will not look like you. They won't be in the same company as you. They won't have the same background as you. What they will have is the same intention for contribution as you. I have an eclectic tribe, but we're all going in the same direction. And we stop by like a train to open a door and say, all aboard? Who else is on the train? Right? That's what these 3 days are, all of them. And boy, that was bad. And there will be a moment when the door closes and the train leaves the station. It always happens. Trains must come and trains must go. Your job is to make sure you get on the train that's right for you. If it's not right for you, don't get on it. But if it's right for you, don't let it leave you either. Because I let a lot of trains leave me. Because I thought they don't want a Black woman on that train. They don't want a girl from South Central on that train. They don't want somebody functionally dyslexic on that train. They don't want a single mother on that train. They don't, whatever my excuse was, they didn't want me on the train. The train never said that. It still stopped. It still opened its doors. It still said, all aboard. And I made up the reason why I couldn't get on the train. And almost always, I was wrong. Almost only always, I was wrong. So you decide what train is a fit for you. And then give yourself the gift of permission to get on it. Unapologetically get on it. And then when you get on it, you ride it until the wheels fall off. Unapologetically, in your current body, in your current skin, in your current intellect, in your current status of dating, in your current status of parenting, in your current, all of it in your current. Don't wait until you think it's all right. If I waited until I thought I was in the body I should have been in, 100 pounds lighter, before I opened my mouth, I would have never been in the secret. I would have been a secret. And what a disservice to humanity that would have been if I would have stopped talking because I was waiting to lose weight. The world needed me in my current condition. Take a deep breath. This chick is heavy. Just repeat after me. I give myself permission to become ... Isn't that good? Isn't that good? And you are going to blow your mind. You can't see all of who you're becoming because it will be so magnanimous that you might interrupt it. You might sabotage it. You couldn't have shown me 20 years ago that this was the woman I was going to become. I would have tried to outtalk it. Just my mindset wasn't ready for this. So my shrinking mindset then, which was perfectly fine for then, could not fit the woman I am now. So I would have required myself to dial back my successes to fit my current mindset. So it's okay if you can't see all of it now. Just keep moving. I went to 42 conferences, the same conference 42 times. And I'm not even gonna tell you it was a great conference, but it was the only one I knew about back then. And all I had to do was keep myself in action. I just needed to see Lisa, little Jelani's mama, in action. That's all. And so whatever your action is the antidote for despair, Joan Baez says. And Lisa Nichols says, action is a prescription for success. Joan Baez says, action is the antidote for despair. Action is the antidote for anything that feels uncomfortable in your life. Be in action to shift it. Lisa Nichols says, action is the prescription for success. For anything you want in life, you have to be in action. You can't be in thought. You can't be in analyzing. You can't be in conversation about it. You need to be in action about it. Period. Period. And anytime you give me a reason why you're not in action, I'm going to give you a reason why you're not living the life you want. Anytime you give me a reason why you're not in action, I'm going to give you a reason why you're not living the life you want. And so action. So with that, I want us to begin to talk about what are we going to do when we leave here. Now, you learn techniques, you learn mindset, you learn some systems. You learned a lot. We covered a lot. We packed a lot of content into 3 days. We really did. I was going to teach you one technique. I was going to introduce you to the valley. I ended up teaching you the valley, the top of the valley. I taught you the whole valley, but then I had you work on the top of the valley. I taught you audience connection, AKA me, we, you. I taught you cadence and iteration, and you guys actually did some of that. You also learned some systems and some recruiting. So here's the deal. You now get to pull that and decide what are the 3 things I do, because if you do nothing tomorrow, then you just plan to fail. You just plan to fail. So action. So what are the 3 things that you will have done? What are the 3 actions you will be in for the next 14 days? I'm not going to say 30, I'm going to say 14, right? Because you want to ride the momentum. What does that look like? So I want you to talk about it first. You guys are going to write it down, but I want you to talk about it first. So Tanya, I am going to go inside breakout rooms so we can have discussions and conversations. I'm going to put you in breakout rooms to just kind of discuss what are the 3 things. Now, in the breakout rooms, you may have time for everyone to do at least one. So do one and then do another one. Like, what are the things that you want to do? Here, I'm going to have you in groups of 4. So everyone should be able to go around and do all 3 things. Real actionable steps. Now, here's what I believe about action. Action is something you can put on the calendar on a day and you can actually get it done and check the box off. So if it's too ambiguous and it can't drop on a time on the calendar, then you need to sink it down to a more actionable action step. Does that make sense? So when it says call 15 people, okay, great. So to me, that looks like on Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, I'm gonna do 5, 5, and 5. And I'm gonna do those 5 people between 10 and 12. As your coach, for many of you, you'll hook your caboose to my train. I'm always gonna ask by who, by when. And when you say by the 15th, what day, on the 15th? Yes, the 15th. What time on the 15th? What time zone on the 15th? Yeah, my team, they're like, specificity is what gets it done. By 5 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, Central Standard Time. So have specificity. So I'm gonna put you guys in groups of 4 here in the room. I'm gonna put you guys in groups inside your breakout rooms. And what are the 3 action steps you will take based on what you've learned? Okay, so I see Andrea said, I'll be in action. What's the action? Teresita, what's the action? Okay, ready, set, go. Groups of 4 in the room. Groups of 4 in the room.
Hi, everyone.
Hey, Bernadette.
Hi, Lisa, right? Yeah.
Yep, that's it. Please, Pam or Victoria, want to unmute or? I don't know, I'm working on mine, so I don't know. Do you have?
Okay. I have 2 to kind of go together. So my thing is I want to wake up. I will wake up at 4:30 a.m. and get my butt, that's mountain time, and get my butt to the gym by 5 and do my workout and then be back so I can get ready for work.
Wow, that's a good one. That's early.
Yeah, luckily I only live like about 5 minutes from my gym, so.
Okay, that's one.
Yeah. 2, I'm still thinking of those, the 2 and 3, so I'll get back to you. Do you have 1 at least?
Yeah, so something I sort of have slipped on is, I used to do first thing in the morning, do my morning gratitude, sort of, but I don't know if you've ever done the miracle morning, but I used to do
No.
morning, I love it, and I stopped doing it. So I'm gonna get back to doing the miracle morning. I usually will do that like while I'm, having coffee and everything. And then I work out in the mornings anyway, so I have a home gym, so I already do that.
Awesome.
So I would say my miracle morning, so that I definitely want to start again on Monday.
Actually, just made me think of something too. Last year I wanted to start really diving into the Bible as well. And just learning, just really reading the whole Bible. My goal was to read the whole thing by the end of the year. And so I had a study book and I was doing really well, and then life happened and I stopped. I would love to pick back up on that again.
There you
So,
go.
now that you just mentioned that. So.
Yeah. So it's like, things come up, right? And we just sort of stop doing something that is really important. I'm like you though, I love to read, so I would have to say that's actually good. I just don't make in the past, I have not made the time to continue doing it. So, let's see, my 3 action steps. Most of my other stuff, I already have sort of worked into my schedule, like when I'm doing, I live by my calendar, so everything's on the calendar.
Yeah.
So I do like all my follow-up stuff is on the calendar. The one thing that I don't know what I'll add. So I'm doing a 30-day live challenge right now. So I'm on my 2nd week, going live every single day.
Okay.
The longest I've ever gone, but I keep doing it, but I want to set a specific time for it. So I've been doing it, but I've been trying, I'm trying to have the best time. So I want to set a time that I can do it every single day. That's just hard because schedules change and things happen. So
Yeah.
I would say schedule my daily lives. And I will do that. I have to look, when this is all over, I need to kind of look at my schedule. So I would say I can figure that out tomorrow as well.
I think for me too is just scheduling a daily power hour. Because I get so just to do phone calls, follow-ups, lead generation, things like that. And so sometimes I'll look around and like, oh, okay, now that summer's coming, I need to start writing. Or, I start thinking of all these things I have to do, and I'm like, no, focus. So it's more of just scheduling it and having that a non-negotiable.
Yeah, we do that in our team. We have them on our team, like we have scheduled power hours, like scheduled. So it's for the team. So, and especially if I'm running it, like I have to show up.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's set up, it's on everyone's calendar. So I have to show up if I'm running it. So that's a good way to make sure that it happens.
Yeah.
Where are you located?
I'm in Colorado.
Oh, nice. What part?
Well, I'm originally from Denver, but then we moved to Aurora, if you're familiar.
Aurora. Yeah. Yeah.
How about you?
Las Vegas.
Oh, okay.
Well, not in Vegas, but I'm in Las Vegas.
Are you a native?
No, not at all. I've actually been here 12 years, but.
Oh, wow. Okay.
But it was
That's
cool. But no, I'm not native from here. I live in Henderson, which is just right next to Las Vegas, so.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's 2. We each have 2. What would be a 3rd one? Trying to think of my action steps.
Wait, no, I have 3. Yeah. The gym. Yeah, the gym, reading and studying my Bible, and then scheduling and sticking to my daily power hour.
Oh yeah, your power hours. That's right. Okay.
I gotta come up with number 3.
Although I'm gonna steal yours, the daily lives. I have did like 2 lives before, and I don't know why I get so camera shy. And so, I don't know, it's like I fumble on my words, I'm like, what is wrong with me? So,
It happens to all of us. My friend set it up as a challenge, so I'm like, okay, I'm in a challenge, so I have to do it. So,
yeah,
Found a train, like the side of a train, the back of a train. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. And Linda, don't worry. Type your action steps inside the chat because everyone is at different places. Yeah. Amen. Yeah. Yeah. So what were some of those action steps? What's one thing you said that you will do? And what's the date by when? And what does that look like? So we'll have this beautiful sister here in the room right here. And then on is Carenice in room 6? Carenice, I want to hear give me one of your action steps. Room 6 is CERANISE. So we'll come here live in the room first. So can we have the mic over here, right behind you? Hello. So hi, tell us your name and tell us what's one action step and by when.
Okay, my name is Krista Thompson, and I have some practical ones, but the one that I want to share, because it starts right now,
Yes.
is I'm going to start showing up in a posture, in a way of where I want to be, not who I am now. It's going to be uncomfortable. It's going to be scary, but I will catch up. I have to start showing up where I'm going. So,
with who I'm becoming, right? Yeah. Yeah, my becoming will show up in the room. Give her some more love, you guys. So I want you guys to type in chat. I'm reading the chat. Type in chat what's the action step that you're going to do. I do want to hear what you are going to do. I want to make sure I see contact 15 people, follow up on 10, book 5 presentations. I love it. I love it. Natalie says, winning is my birthright. Deborah said, that was good, girl, what you said. So good stuff, good stuff. Now, what I love about being in a like-minded room going in a similar direction is that someone else's breakthrough or commitment can become yours. I am known to say, can I borrow that? That look like that'll fit on me as well. Like, yeah, you can have it. So pick up some of the things that people are saying. You may have felt that in your group, like, oh yeah, that's good. That's good, that's good. And don't try to do everything now. Like, I wish I had a piece of paper. I'll show you. Like, a lot of times you have all these things that you're doing and they're all coming at you at the same time. And I say, you're doing all these projects, but turn the way you're doing them and do them like this so that you can get more done without being overwhelmed. Same process, you just organize how you get them done so you don't take up residence and overwhelm. It's not an address you want to live at. Is it Carenice? I want to make sure I pronounce that correctly. Carenice? Maybe.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Can everybody?
We can hear
me.
Yes. What's that action step you
Carenice.
want to do? Carenice.
Great. It's Carenice, yeah.
Carenice.
Well, thank you for choosing me. I'm very grateful for this event. I love you, Lisa, and I love everyone here. But the first action step I'm gonna take is first I'm gonna organize my calendar. That's the first thing I'm gonna do because
by when?
Yeah, all over the place. So
by when?
Tomorrow.
By tomorrow. What time tomorrow?
Tomorrow by 7 p.m.
What time zone?
Central time.
Okay, 7 p.m. Central time zone. It'll be organized. Okay, keep going.
Yes. And the second thing is I'm gonna get my book and write down my prospects. Just put it in order because it makes a lot more sense once I know what my target is. So I'm gonna target these people, put them on a list. I'm gonna start with 100 people, and then I'm gonna start reaching out to those people on Wednesday.
What time?
So that's my Wednesday by 12 p.m. Central Time.
Notice how I didn't have to coach you on that the second time. You begin to think with that level of specificity that fast when you make that a habit. you'll get much more done because now it can find a place actually on your calendar, right? So the buy when, if it's too ambiguous, it won't serve you, but just like that. Sarah I'm so excited. It looks like someone's about to make more impact and make more income. Yes, yes? Come on, you guys, give her some love. Blowing up. Like literally, it's so many things that people are gonna do, proceed with. The thought of my story does not belong to me. I'm gonna build more contacts and continue my course, add dates to all of this. I'm gonna go live on all my social media pages by 6 p.m. Central Standard Time once a week. That's how you do it, Kenetta. That's how you do it, Kenyatta. Just giving valuable information that my followers and friends can use. That kind of specificity. I love it, love it, love it. Sarah Lena says presentations on Zoom for training my team. By when, by where? So these are the things that really make a big difference, action steps. And then measuring your action. Action gives you feedback. I take steps in the wrong direction all the time, but the action gives me information on what the correct direction would look like. So don't be afraid of taking steps that don't necessarily produce the result, because every step produces a result. I fail all the time. I just fail forward. I pull the lesson out of the failure and it informs my next decision. Some of my best business decisions now are made from previous failures adjusted. Millions and millions of dollars are generated in my business based on an adjusted fail forward, literally. So give yourself permission to do that. So I'm excited. That's good stuff. You like that? It's like, yeah, fail all the time. Just fail forward. It's good. Failure is just informing you. That's all it is. Your failure, your effort, your outcome is not equal to your worth. Quit attaching the two. Like what I do is not attached to who I am, right? It's just who I am is who I am, and I'll learn and I'll move forward based on what I know. So I want to share this with you. As we get into this next cycle and season, there's so many things that you guys get to do. We're going to have, and Tanya, that slide, we're going to have for you a celebration lunch. And let me tell you why our celebration lunch, for those of you who jump into either one of the programs. And one of the reasons why is because I went under celebrated. You have the same thing, Jessica. I slid and snuck into personal development. You have the same, I see the nodding. I was on the down low with my personal development. Anybody else? I don't know why we do that, because we don't know where each other are. I don't know where you were. So no one in my community was in personal development. And so it was the weird stuff I was doing with the woo-woo people, right? And then coming out of a Baptist background, right? They were like, you got some weird friends. You better pray to God. And so I kept all of my investments into the next level of my greatness a secret. I just kept it. Anybody, I see a lot of little head, like y'all still trying to keep it secret, like, that's me too. You can nod out loud, we're here, we're together. And for years, I would invest in myself. I went to the same training every 5 to 6 weeks. It cost me $3,200 that I didn't have. I raised money and had a second job, and my second job only paid for my personal development. That's all it paid for. I just needed to get out of my life. I needed to create something different, and I was radical and I was hungry, but I was also quiet about it. And I was quiet about it, so I was never celebrated. God changed my life. My son's father went to prison when he was 8 months old. And my son's father is still in prison today, and my son turns 29 this year. And I was on government's assistance when my son was born. I was grateful and in tears when I got that food stamp book. Like my life really changed, and I never had anyone champion and celebrate me every time I took another leap. They were quiet leaps by myself with a lot of fear and trepidation, $3,500. $10,000. You know, when I first hired my coach, I had to pay her $8,000 a month. And I told her, I said, 8,000, as if she was going to change her price if I couldn't do it. I said, 8,000. I don't even make $8,000 a month. She said, your lack of resources does not equal my value. I said, I'm gonna hire her. And I think she just gave me my first lesson for free. And so with fear and trepidation, I generated the money and I paid her. And I remember keeping it so quiet. I was so almost ashamed that I was investing in me. Anyone know what I'm talking about? Raise your hand on the screen, raise your hand in the room if you understand that. Yeah, it was me. And I went 13 years investing in me heavily, a new course every 5 weeks. And only until recently, I was willing to even share how much I invested in my growth. I was so embarrassed about that. I did the math recently. And I invested over $682,000 in my own personal growth. And even with my mega empire by some people's standards and not so mega by others, whoever, I was still embarrassed at that number. I was like, I can't tell that number. And then I went, wait a minute, wait. I've been on every major media platform in the world, all around the world, and generate over $100 million. I get to say that's what I invested to get there. Like it took me a long time to just be able. So I want you to get comfortable. Whether you jump in with us or someone else or both, just get comfortable celebrating yourself because we go under celebrated. We never miss the 5-year-old's birthday. We would never miss. I'm flying back to the Bahamas now just to make sure I'm there for my bonus daughter's 13-year-old birthday. It's the only reason why I'm going back. And then I turn right back around and come back. But she's going to have a slumber party. And she's going to be celebrated. Why is it when we turn 30 and 40 or upwards of that, we don't feel like we need to be celebrated? So I want to celebrate you because I wish I would have celebrated myself. I wish I would have said out loud, I invested in growing. I'm going to learn how to tell my story. I wish I would have said it from the mountaintop. So for those of you who jump into either Impact or Influencers Bootcamp, this afternoon at lunch, we're just going to take a moment to celebrate you. Just because we deserve to be celebrated. So for those of you who are planning to be there, I'm excited to have you. Those of you who didn't know you were going to be celebrated, I'm excited to surprise you. Virtual, you will be there as well. Like just a moment to say congratulations and not ease over the finish line and do it all so quietly. And for those of you who are considering coming in, come in now so you can just be celebrated. It doesn't matter. You already know you're coming in. Just the timing will allow us to see you and celebrate you and high five you. And give you what I wish someone would have given me. I think in 16 years, I was never high-fived for an action I took. And I don't say that as a victim because I didn't high-five me. I didn't raise my hand to say, hey, I just invested in me. It was me that kept it a secret. So part of my coaching you is to do some things I did, but to also coach you to not do some things I did. And that's only being fair and transparent with you. And so I'm excited. I'm excited for where we get to go. I'm excited for the person you're becoming. I'm excited for the skin you'll shed and the skin that's anew. I'm excited for the people that will watch you from the sidelines who will never show up and will never be here, but because you were, they'll grow. I'm excited for that. And so on behalf of everyone. And Tanya, are we going to break or are we going to lunch? I'm waiting for you to tell me on the screen. I love you. It's day 3, y'all. Okay, break. She did that. Whisper it again to me. It's a break. On day 3, I'm like, blah, 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 blah. What are we doing? Let's just dance. Yeah, let's just dance. How about we dance? So we're going to go to break, but before we go to break, I want you guys to stand up in your homes. Will you turn some music on and let's just dance away the break? Let's dance away the break.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to 20 minutes break. That is 2-0. Then we'll be back in 20.
You can change me.
Yes, I've been. There's no let go. Right in. You know, feels free. Falling love. When you're all down, hold me close, it's sweet. Reach to when It's about, and you know the most I say. That's all right. Moving on, sun's down, it's always going down that thing, there's nothing left to say. A million miles away, I know it's gonna stop. Sometimes fall apart, don't worry about now. You never time of the. Oh no. Time of the. It's so. I hope you have the time of your life. Oh no. You have the time of your life. And it's all about you have the time of your life. Oh no. Time of your life. If I told you the lies to make you that would that be wrong? If I asked you to be stand before you're truly done. That's what you that our minds connect, I promise it could be true. But that's what's still so good. Give me that red on.
If I let it go, I'm sure I would be at home. If I really took the time to say you're right and I've got it wrong. Baby, it's toxic violence. You live with that.
Go ahead now. Tell me what's going on, what's in your head now. You've been walking all day with your head down. All the room is cold, smells like cigarettes now. Let's go ahead now. Go. There's some good sounds and we said that it's over now. Nothing more is good, but we can't hold it down. Things will hey, if the real is something, it's all in. When you break, it's all in. Although it's only something, anything that comes wrong is all in.
Take me away. That was such a
But if we don't spend our lives in the arms, not they always say, and we always and because I want to see it's beyond. If I let it go, I'm sure would it be at home? If I really took the time to say you're right and I've got it wrong. Baby, it's just like I am. You live with my mate. I don't want to lose it. See it. So good. Nobody knows me like you do. You're out there looking that way, no. The sunny summer day, it was that I like you. The one fight up, everyone you can say, always having feelings, but I'm quiet. You okay? You leave, but then you stay. You still wander around. You find your place by shifting times. I think it's those blue skies. You think that has happened. Don't get up. Still there, don't stand the ground. Built to fail and never. Get up. Still there, don't stand the ground. Built to fail and never.
With it, girl. Rock with it, girl. See what I mean, girl. With a bang bang. Bounce with it, girl. Dance with it, girl. Get with it, girl. With a bang bang.
Come on, turn the radio.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have just over 2 minutes to go.
Go.
Please get back to your devices, turn on those cameras. Visibility is accountability. Have that last swing water in studio. Find your seats. We'll be starting in 2.5 minutes. Just you. Me and you, girl, you and me, up it to the floor, and me say, yeah, now be coming back. Free up the jet, get out the control. Welcome back.
This girl is from concrete sidewalks, honking horns, and yellow taxi cabs. So that's my song. I'm a New Yorker. I love it. Thank you for that. So how was this morning so far? Come on, y'all. Winners never quit. Winners, come on, do it with me. I love it. I love it. Yes, that was so good. And so we are going to hear from some beautiful speakers in the network marketing industry. How many of you are ready for more tips, more nuggets to take home and put into action? How many of you learned that putting it into action cures everything? Action cures everything. Yes, in chat, Edith is saying incredible. So the next speaker I'd like to introduce is Ina Semi. She's a big network marketing person because she believes that it allows people to live a life where there's no need to choose between family and career, health and money, or their professional and personal life, because everything can be combined into one. 6 years ago, she started a network marketing project in Slovakia and Czech markets with a 7-week-old baby in her arms. Today, she's the top female in the entire company. Ina is a founding member of the Network Marketing Pros Accelerator Program, a member of the Next Level Mastermind. So without further ado, please welcome to the big stage, Ina Semi.
Hi guys, how are you today? What an energy in the morning, right? And actually I was standing there and I was thinking myself, what a happy person I am. Like actually at the moment right now, I really have everything. I'm still young, I'm healthy. I have 2 beautiful children. The smallest one is only 3 months old and she's right now with us here today. I have an amazing partner who loves me so much and I love him as well. I do what I really love. I'm passionate about network marketing. I really know that it's a better way for everybody and I don't have problem to introduce it to anyone, just say to anyone. I love training people, I love recruits, I love to be on stage. I'm absolutely 100% fulfilled. But was it always like this? Was it always like this? Of course, no. I was born in USSR. The country doesn't exist anymore. When I was 10, my parents moved to Czechoslovakia. After 1 year, the country separated, so country doesn't exist anymore either. What basically child needs, moms, what the child needs? Love of parents, security, and of course, eat, drink, etc. I was having love of parents so much, but when you move and move and move, how you can feel secure? Where is your place? Where are you home? Where is it? And actually, this unsecureness and becoming always to go always in new stuff actually trained me well, because I understood that unknown is actually path where you can grow. It's something where you can have something new in your life, new level, maybe new money, new relationships, something. So, and happened like this, that 6 years ago, when my kid was only 7 weeks old, we started new business, new company, which wasn't on our market. And actually there was nothing, no translation, no certificates, no customer service, anything. Was we scared? Oh my God, so much. Weren't we sure that's gonna work? No, but I knew if I want a new level of life, I need to go for something new, because the only thing which is really, really stable, that's the only stable thing in life is change. Are you agree with me? Guys in the chat, are you agree with me? Change is the only thing what is really stable. And we can do it both ways. Or hate the change and let the life as a river take us, but then we cannot swim the right direction. But if you decide to be change in your life, those are the way when you can achieve something new, something more. It doesn't matter what is it, health, relationship, timeline. Maybe you can speak better English, or maybe you can speak some other languages, or maybe you want to open new markets. Everything is possible, but it's going to be new. So if we are talking right now today about leadership, and I know each one of you, dear ladies and guys, we are leaders. Doesn't matter if you are starting just yesterday or you are having big team. If you have impact on someone, and you have impact because we are talking to the people, because we are on social media, people see us. If you want to impact on the people, we are leaders, and we are leaders. So my question to you guys, what you gonna do tomorrow new? What you gonna do today new? What are you so afraid of? Because if you don't do anything new, you will be exactly where you are. And I believe if we are here today, it means you're gonna move somewhere else. You wanna move further. Let me chat. I wanna see the chat. I see you guys. Exactly. If you want to change in our life, we need to step to unknown. So the one thing what I'm teaching people and myself every day, let's do not be afraid of something new. This is the only way how we can get for something more. And I want to give you a little second, write down one thing. What new, what you're afraid you're going to do it today. Maybe tomorrow. What you're gonna do? One thing, write it down right away. Write it down. I want you leave the space with some small knowledge. So unknown is the new level starts. Second very important thing for us female in this position, and what I'm literally teaching myself and then other people, and it's that we don't need to tear ourselves in different roles, because we are women. Many of us are mothers, many of us are grandmothers, many of us are partners. And I remember when we started the business with 7 weeks old baby, I was trying to do the best of everything, but I was just divided myself apart of myself, because I was trying to be mom, I was trying building the team, I was trying to recruit, I was also translating, I was trying to make some systems, and also where is me? And there was also my partner who wanted to part of me, and I wanted to part of me, and I just feel myself that I was just ripped apart. And I remember I calling to one of my mentors and telling her, what should I do? I just feel so exhausted. I'm supposed to be happy. I have new business. I have new baby. I have beautiful. I'm supposed to be happy, but I'm just so exhausted. And she gave me assignment. She gave me assignment for 7 days. Write down everything, what I do minute by minute, literally. If I'm breastfeeding, write it down. Going on toilet, write it down. Answering on WhatsApp, write it down. Having meetings, write it down. Everything, write down. I'm coming after 1 week, showing her my notes. That was one big mess. Because in the same time, I feel myself that I'm breastfeeding, cooking dinner, answering voice messages, and trying to do something. I was like, how can I put it on a system? And then just I realized it's me and everything comes to me. I don't need to divide me here and there and here and there. I'm me and I am a mom. I am a business partner. I am a partner. I am a woman. I don't need to tear myself apart. New era of business, it's one big flow. That's why I decide I don't want to divide business from the family, from the partnership, from myself. I just want to be in lifestyle. And it doesn't matter, guys, if you are part-time, full-time. Amazing about this profession is this is not a job. It's a lifestyle. When I understood that, everything starts to just putting on itself. Right now, that's why right now we are here. I'm here with my partner and with a 3-month-old baby. And we flew here 10,000 kilometers because I wanted to be here. I wanted to tell you that you can have everything. I wanted to tell you that you don't need to divide your life on different roles. You just be you and it's enough. And everything comes to you. Your people comes to you. Your time for yourself comes to you. And your children must see what you do, how amazing you are. They must see what you do. So bring in next time for the events. Bring the partner for events. He can go to, stroller is English, yeah? So you can go out, but your kids will see what you do, how amazing you are, and you invest your time in yourself. Your partner will see how amazing communities this is. This is what very important. So this is lesson number 2. Don't divide your roles. Be one and everything comes to you. Okay, this is very interesting what I want to talk next. Because many people think that when they start, they should receive a lot. But I'm aware of this, that when you want to receive something, first you need to give. And I want to tell you one story. It was 2013. Just GoPro book came up. Of course, I was one of the first one who was buying this book because I knew Eric from previous business, and he come out with this amazing book, so I bought it. Of course, I signed up for him for, I don't know, Facebook or YouTube, Instagram wasn't there yet. And he was having some free promotion for some courses. I signed up and we are coming there, and on this lesson, what he was giving for free, he was actually selling a recording by the end of the lessons, recording from one of the first GoPro offline. That was CDs, audio CDs. They costed $300 for me, crazy money. So I put out credit card and I put it on 3 payments. Those CDs are coming to Europe, to Slovakia. I'm having this all Honda Civic, 20 years old Honda. When you don't have IC, when you turn the window like this with your hands, and I'm sitting in the car, and while I was driving to work or somewhere for 1 year, I was listening to the CDs from GoPro. And I was thinking myself, oh my God, what amazing speakers, what amazing inspirations. And there was also, it was like, this is impossible. This is something like go on Mars. to me was by the time possibility to speak on stage on GoPro. It was easier like a fly on Mars. It was absolutely nonsense. And then there was one lady who was speaking too. She was saying that she was born in Soviet Union. It was like, okay, like me. And she was speaking English with this horrible Russian accent. But at that time, and I was like, wow, if she was born like me in Soviet Union, right? She's on stage, she speaks English with the accent. What an inspiration. Maybe I can be there as well once. But guys, literally, and this lady was actually Marina Mori. And so thank you, Marina, for making me believe that if somebody with the accent who was born in the country who doesn't exist anymore can actually succeed in this business. And imagine that. Of course, I was thinking myself, it would be great, but of course, like, oh my God, never happened. Of course, never happened. It's impossible. And I'm on Next Level Mastermind. 2 months ago, we are having a regular Zoom call with Eric, and Marina jumps on the call and saying that, guys, listen, we are doing this event. Of course, you know about it. I was like, yes, of course. And we want to this time give it for free. And we want to invite you to be ambassadors to promote in all countries, and et cetera, et cetera. To me, it was like, wow, this is opportunity. But there was one but. I have structures, my business partner, and in Slovakia, in Czech Republic. I know many people from network marketing from Poland, and usually those people don't speak very much English. So it doesn't matter if you promote the event. There is no chance that they'll go in for free because they don't have possibility to understand what's going on here. Plus 90 hours time difference, etc., etc. It's right now, I don't know what time, it's like 9 p.m. in my country. So when you go, it can finish 3 a.m. It's like invite somebody, almost impossible. And then I come up with the idea, what if we give people opportunity? What if we give people opportunity to listen the conference with translation? But Marina doesn't provide translation. How we should do it? And I would like to thank you so much to my business partner, David Zbojek, because he had experience with translation. And I just called him and said, listen, I want to give value to my teams. I want people to be here. I want to give value to my teams so they can experience this amazing event. Can you help me with technician support? I cover up everything. It's okay. And then we decided that if already we're going to do it for my team, then you can invite actually anyone from the market, any companies. And you know what? We were crazy. We were going like nuts for 2 weeks. We didn't sleep. We call up the leaders. I was calling cross lines. I was calling the different companies into the leaders. Said them, listen, is it opportunity? Do you want to come for free event and for translation? So thank you guys, you're here. And thank you guys in the camera, Slovak, Czech Republic, Slovakia, Poland market. Thank you, are here. And look what is going on. You give value and it comes back to you. We invited so many people, so I won the competition and I can be here on stage. We helped Marina and Eric to promote event in the countries where probably nobody would see the event. And they giving me value back. When you give the value, you become a brand. When you become a brand, people would like to connect with you. And then you can be branded by somebody else. And lessons out of it is, guys, we have so many enemies out there who think that network marketing is not worth it. We shouldn't fight about whose company is better. We shouldn't fight which product is better. Everyone will find what they need, but we are one community. Let's power up. It's very important. Thank you. Lesson And today, last lesson, what I want to give it to you, it's this 4 roles to me, very important in network marketing, what the real leader should literally do day by day in their life. First of all, be a student. Be a student, invest in yourself. And I tell you one thing, that if you already can afford the event is not for you. You over it. If you cannot afford an event and you feel like, you know, I'm gonna eat for 3 days, this is right event for you. This is right event for you. I was on the GoPro, when it was first virtual GoPro, I was on GoPro, I was translating for our teams. And then Eric made promotion for his accelerator program for $10,000. My paycheck at that time was about $1,000 a month. And I'm thinking myself, I just need to be there. I just need to be there. I just need to be there. I'm telling my partner that I want to go. I was like, just go. I was like, but we don't have money. We figured out something. So I'm calling my sponsor, lending money out of him. If he can lend me, I was like, okay, when you're going to pay me back? I was like, let me see. In 3 months of accelerator, my paycheck went 3 times more. By the end of the year, 10 times more. If I wouldn't do it, I cannot even imagine if I won't go for this program, where would I be right now? Because sometimes it's not even about what exactly you hear, but about who are surrounding to. Marina was telling very nice this day, I want to be the stupidest person in the room. I have it the same. I love the fact that there's a lot of 6 figures, 7 figures people out here, because we don't need to even talk. I take your energy. I'm watching in your shoes. I'm just taking your energy. You inspire me when you are on stage. Where else you can meet such people? Maybe in your company convention? Yes, but so in my company, we don't have 7 figures. If I just stay in my company, don't go educate myself out there, I never meet 7 figures earner. You know what I mean? So education, education, education. I saw so many amazing leaders who stop educate the son and just their ego kill their business. If you think you are smart enough, the smartest in the room, just change the room. If you think that this event you can afford, don't buy event you can afford, buy event you cannot afford. If for 1,000 for the 2 days training of Lisa, it's okay for you to pay, go for bigger for 15. The only events and information can put us up, which we can afford at the moment, because this is gonna make us to sacrifice and level up. So be a student. If you are a student, very important in leadership, be an educator. Not everybody are ready to come to these events, but you are speaker and voice for your people. Educate your people, everything you could, everything that you know, it's very important. And for me to educate somebody means that I need to learn. Because sometimes I'm too lazy, I like to learn. And then I know that I have a Zoom call when I need to give value. So I need to learn. So this is for me great training, how to be a student. It's this that I'm educator. Does it make sense to you? I want to see in the chat, guys. Does it make sense to you? Write me there some notes. What about guys in the audience? Does it make sense to you? Amazing. Okay, promoter. One my distributors came to me the other day, quite a big leader, and telling me, oh my God, I just feel we are always selling tickets for something. We're just selling tickets. I was like, welcome in network marketing. That's what we do here. We promote our brand, we promote our products, our services, ourselves, our company, our owners, our events and education. If you don't like to be a promoter, change profession, change profession. But if you are learning from Eric, the 7 figures earner, first of all, are promoters. Who wants to be a 7-figure once? I want to see your hands. I want to see your chat. Write me 7 in the chat. I want to see that you want to see 7-figure. We need to promote. This is what leaders do. They promote everything, because also edification. So find the way how to promote your team, yourself, your product, education itself. And the fourth, for me, very important. And fourth, for me, very, very important, the role of the leader is to be an inspirator. We were talking yesterday about vision, that we need to show the vision and need to show the dreamlands where the people should go, and we're going to show them how. And it's very important. But we also need to be an inspirators, not by talking, by doing it and living it. So I'm always asking my people in my team, what kind of people do you want in your team? Write it down. 3 things. What kind of people do you want? Write it down, and you write me in chat. 3 things. What kind of people do you want? What they should be like? Funny, easygoing, I don't know, hungry, motivated, over-motivated, what? And my question number 2, are you those things what you wrote? Are you those things what you wrote? Because many people are saying, I'm leader, I'm leading. First of all, we need to lead ourselves. We need to lead ourselves. If you want to have some kind of people, you need to become this person. I love network marketing because this is relationship business. And usually to your life and in your business come people who are mirroring you, your stuff, what you don't get over it. If you don't like somebody because he doesn't do anything, it's your mirror. Do you really do everything? You know, if you pissed off about someone because he's gossiping, she's gossiping, what do? Are you that clear? So be something, if you want to invite people to your business, be those person, what kind of people do you want in this business? And inspiration, it's mega. You see, I'm using already Slovak words. Hi guys, Slovak from Slovakia. So if you want to be an inspiration, you actually need to be the person you want to attract into your business. And this is a beautiful thing because I don't know any other profession in the world who is helping to become a better person every day, day by day, day by day. And at the end, guys, I just want to tell you that it doesn't matter if you have a huge team or you're just starting, or you maybe have some troubles in partnership with your health, with your time, with your kids, it doesn't matter. But I believe in that it never been better time in humankind for us women to be what we want to be, to absolutely go deep and pull out ourselves, because hundreds and hundreds of years we were just somewhere behind, and we need to listen what guys are saying, and we need to be just what everybody else was expecting us to be. Please remember, you are really unique. You are valuable because you are you. And you don't need anything else. You have you. You don't need anything else. You have you. And if you start really feeling it, if you understand that this and like this, you will see tremendous changes in your business. Tremendous. Because if you start love yourself, you start to attract people who love themselves too. And the business start growing. And I love this business so much because the only thing what I really need to do is work on myself, on my skills, on my self-development, on my mental, on everything, on my storytelling, day by day, time to time, step by step. And this is amazing. And I hope, guys, you took something out of it and you write some notes. It was for me a huge pleasure to be here with you. I'm Ina Semi, and I love you so much, and thank you for having me here.
That you are unique. You are an unrepeatable miracle. And I'm going to brag on her for a little bit. She came over all the way here from Slovakia to Las Vegas with her 7-week-old baby in tow with her on the plane. Her and her partner arrived here, and she was the only one in the audience with a little baby. No excuses. She remained in action. So Ina, thank you for blessing the world, blessing the network marketing crew, and we see you. Beautiful. Give her some love. Give her some love in the chat. Give her some love. Give her some hearts. That is a big task. When I met the baby, she said she's got a little jet lag. I can imagine, right? So beautiful. Our next speaker about leadership and communication, Bree Richardson. You heard from her earlier on day 2. She got started in network marketing when she was pregnant and out of a job. She has built 2 multi-million-dollar businesses with over 600,000 distributors worldwide. Let's give a round of applause for just that. Her work is built around her personal values. She believes that everyone deserves a chance to create their version of their dream life. And she's passionate about helping people do just that. She established herself as a trusted leader in the profession and mentors countless individuals daily to achieve their own success in the world of network marketing. Please welcome to the big stage, Bree Richardson.
You fired up? So I got this spot right before lunch. So some of you, your bellies are a little hungry. Yes or yes? I want you to be hungry for your freedom the same way your belly's hungry for that lunch, okay? So what I want to do today is I'm going to give you the secret sauce to financial freedom, life freedom, time freedom. Would that be okay with you? Okay, before we do that, I want to kind of introduce myself or reintroduce myself. There's so many new faces here, but I want to tell you how I got on this stage so you could do that too. Would that be okay? Anybody want to be on this stage? You have that hunger inside of you to do more, to teach more, to help more? Okay, that's what we're going to do. So my journey in the network marketing pro circuit happened about 10 years ago. I went to my first event. It was a Les Brown speakers event. Remember that one? See my friend Amber sitting there. We were there together and it was an incredible event. I had just really gotten my feet wet in the business, really just started to see some success. And I knew I wanted to elevate. Is there anyone in this audience sitting here right now where you're like, I'm really starting to get into success and I'm really feeling it, but I really want to elevate? So it's really cool because when I came to this event, I didn't realize that we were going to get so much speaker training. Are you loving the speaker training? I have to share this thing with you though. So whenever I found out I was going to be speaking on Sunday, I was like, okay, cool, because I've spoken on a lot of stages, but never a virtual stage. So it's a little different. So I was like, okay, that's awesome. I'm going to get to watch everyone else go first. And then I got schooled on speaker training and my head's going, she's back there listening right now, right? Like, oh, she's not doing that. She's not doing that. And I'm like, oh my gosh. So then the pressure just started going here. And I was like, okay, well, so I decided just to do what I do, if that's okay with you. But that's what's been going on for me this whole weekend. So started at that Les Brown training and with my knees knocking and my teeth chattering, say knees knocking, teeth chattering. I made a decision in that room that I was going to walk up to the Marina Wari and introduce myself because I wanted more, because I had a dream sitting in the chair. And so I walked past her in the hallway quite a few times, like, walked right by. And then the next day would come and I'd see her and it's kind of like, yeah, I'm gonna walk up to her. And then one day I just was like, hi, I'm Bree Richardson. You don't know me. I haven't done really incredible things yet in this industry, but one day I want to speak on your stage. And I plugged in and in and in. I invested. I told you yesterday, not just learning how the compensation plan works or how my company works, but how the business of network marketing works. And that changed everything for me. So in the last 10 years, this has been my main, Erica's one of my main mentors for building my business. So I say that to say, everything that they're offering to you, even people on my team were texting like, I want to know everything you've done with him because I want more. Is anyone hungry for more, just be fed more? Yeah. And so that's where my journey started. And I haven't been, I was actually, I think at the second most powerful women, I got to do a panel, and the third one, they gave me a spotlight and I was like, yes, this is amazing. Then, 2020 hit, we all did things a little different. So right now here today, I am so honored to be back in front of you to teach you what I think, outside of inviting to events, is the number one thing that you're going to need to set you free. And that's leadership. So we're going to dive into that right now. Speaking to lead and the effectiveness of your words to drive what you need and how to bring people up. Okay. So make sure I get the right one on there. Leadership is misunderstood often. They're right. It's like you have to get out of the way of the pictures. So leadership is not a title or a rank. See, there's some people in here who you're looking up to people in your company because of a title or a rank, and you're calling that leadership. But they're not showing up. They're collecting a paycheck, maybe. Okay. Leadership is what you do, not what you say. I'm a fan of Simon Sinek, and I know that he says that in leadership, our job is not to do the work for others, but guess what? I'm also in this business for myself, and I'm going to show up for others, and I'm going to do the work for others until they're ready to do it themselves. And then if they're never ready, they're going to be my door to the people who are. I tell people all the time when I'm on all of our overviews or our Zoom calls or whatever it might be, I'm like, listen, you don't have to be afraid of this, because a lot of people are afraid of this. Were you afraid of this when you first came in? Or were you like, no, I got this, I'll slay, right? We all had that fear. Most of us still have some sort of fear today. And that's often what the feeling that the person's coming in is feeling, right? And so I'll tell them, I say, don't worry, you don't have to be a product expert. You don't have to be a business expert. I'll do it for you for a little bit until you're ready. And again, if they're never ready, that's okay. They're going to lead me to someone who is, if you do it right. But your job as a leader is to show up in the forefront, because leaders do what? They lead from the front. They know the way. You show the way, they go the way, right? And if you leave any of those out, it doesn't work. You're not that leader, okay? Some of you in this room are making lots of money and you're still just pretending to be the leader. You're not willing to do the sacrifices. You're not willing to show up on the calls. You're not willing to do the work for other people. You just put in, I mean, systems are amazing, amazing, amazing. They're necessary for success, but some of you are so heavily reliant on this system that you built once that you're going so slow because you're not giving that human touch, because you're not showing up, because you think that you deserve freedom because of your rank. Okay? Time freedom is earned, you guys. It's earned. So time freedom means that you have to sacrifice. Time freedom means that you actually don't have a lot of time for a little while. And for me, I do it in seasons. I think that's how I keep my balance. Like when my kids are in school, I am all day, every day, Zoom, 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 talking, doing. And then when summer comes, I'm going to enjoy my family. I'm still there. I'm still showing up. I'm still going to answer your call. I'm just not sitting in front of my desk all day. Right? Because we have to live our lives too, because if all we do is all we're doing is ever sitting behind that desk, the people are going to go, do I really want that? So balance, I will tell you, it's hard to find, but it's not impossible. It's not impossible to find. So I hear so many people come in and they're like, no, the reason why I got into network marketing is so that I could go to all the ball games, so that I could sit with my kids at lunch every day, so that I could travel around the world. It's earned. You have to put the time in first. You have to develop leader within inside yourself so that you can develop the leadership inside other people, and then you'll get to live. We didn't just sign the PMP and go, I'm free, okay? It's up to me to set myself free. It's up to you to set yourself free. And the way that you're going to do that is by empowering other people to step up. So something that I'm kind of known for is like, I am like type A, so say A, red. I'm to the point. I do not sugarcoat it. I am not patting you on the butt saying you're doing a good job if you're not, because it serves nobody, right? And if they stop showing up, that's on them. I'm going to go find the ones that will, right? So you're here to serve your people with the truth. And sometimes you're like, oh, that was really harsh. She's a, bad word. That's okay. I know who I am. I know why I'm showing up, and I know who I'm here to help. I'm so clear on that vision that I'm looking for that person. And what if I told you guys, it literally just takes, depending, comp plans are different, depending on your comp plan, 2, 3, maybe 4 people that you lead into a leadership position will set you free. You guys didn't catch it. We're out there sponsoring like crazy, working like crazy, selling like crazy, doing overviews like crazy. And we're going to this person and we're going to that person, we're going to this person. You need to find 2, 3, maybe 4 people, raise them up to a level of leadership where then one day you can step away. Does anyone want to be, we used to joke about this. Does anyone want to be sitting in a rocking chair in the old folks' home saying, who can I recruit next to keep my business alive? Like, is that why we're doing this? It's not why we're doing this. But sometimes we get so frantic doing all the things, we just got to focus on the ones that want it, raise them up to a level where they can go do it on their own, teach them how to do it with somebody else, and you found your freedom. But the way you're going to do it is through communication. Think about this, guys. Bryn talked about, marriage. So who everyone married? Anyone married? Anyone married? Yeah, married. Okay. Think about it like this. If you and your spouse just stop talking. If you and your spouse lived in different houses. If you and your spouse never saw each other, would you have a relationship? Debris, no. Y'all can say that. That's stupid now, okay? Same thing happens with our business. And sometimes people think leadership is other people doing it, right? And so we fail to show up. We fail to communicate. We fail to be the one there that is starting conversations. We fail to say, hey, I love you. We fail to say, hey, you've got this in you. You could do more than what you're doing right now. So why don't we do better? And because of that lack of communication, because sometimes you're depending on that system to do it for you, you lose that connection. And just like if your spouse is living in that other house, you lose your relationship. And there are no leaders being built out of lost relationship. I know we have some big heavy hitter builders and leaders in this room. If you have a tight relationship with your leaders in your organization, raise your hand. Online, let me see your hands. It's necessary. I'm looking at literally massive 6- and 7-figure earners in this room. It's necessary to have this kind of relationship on a daily basis with your leadership as you're rising them up. It is our duty, okay? So I told you yesterday too, one of my biggest downfalls was management mode. Sometimes we think we hit that rank and we're a leader. And so now we're just gonna tell everybody else what to do. Leaders do what? They know the way. They show the way. And the most important part of that, you guys, they go the dang way. How are you going to expect your people to start giving overviews and presentations if you're not doing them? Well, they're going to think you got there without doing them. Why me? Okay. So don't fall into that management mode. Always be in production. I tell my leaders, I actually had a Zoom call this past week. I was doing a coaching call with someone, and she's in a really scary place in her business. She's one of my up and coming leaders. Notice I said that I have maybe 2 actual leaders on my team, you guys. A lot of you are like, oh, I have like 20. No, I promise you don't. Because when that adversity hits, when those products are out of stock, when I heard someone say today, the warehouse burns down, that's when you see who your leaders are. When you can't see your back office numbers, that's when you see who your leaders are. And they show up and they show their true colors. They show up and they show out. They're either responding or reacting, right? And the ones who respond, they're responding with solutions, because if they don't, they won't be around for long. What if I told you I even have people in my organization that I know if they don't have a radical change, they won't be around for long? Because I see the way that they react and not respond to situations. Is there anyone in this room or online that is in a network marketing business, or honestly any business, that has never had any sort of trouble? I love that you're like, she's like, okay, no. It doesn't exist in business, period, much less what we do, okay? So the way that you respond to those things will absolutely make or break you. And the way that you communicate to your organization in those times of trouble is going to make or break you. Because if the products go out of stock, the back office stops working, and you're like, well, what do you want me to do, Sally? Sally's gonna go, well, I guess we do nothing. Or you can say, here's the deal, Sally, right now our back office is down right now, our product is out of stock, but here's what we can do. We can get people on opportunity calls, we can start making lists, we can get it's not out of stock, it's on pre-order, right? Has anyone ever done that? We just kind of solution this, where we're gonna still take the orders and we'll get them in. There's always solutions to the problems, I'm here to tell you, unless the doors are just completely closed. But if you're not communicating those things to your team, okay, it's just like if, you know, any parents in here, if your kids go on a trip and you just never hear from them again, what do? Worry, right? Like if you could call and they don't pick up, what are you going to do? I'm going to go find them because you're worried, right? So think about that with your organization too. If someone's not showing up, if you're doing your leadership calls and those up and coming leaders aren't showing up, you got to go find them. And you got to say, hey, what's going on? So I was on this Zoom call doing the coaching, and she was like, yeah, Bree, I haven't been on your calls because I've been doing 7 days a week, all day long. I've been doing my coaching calls. Ooh. You know what I've seen in your numbers?
This is explaining it. You're out there telling everybody else what to do and you're not in action. I said, who do you have on the fence? No one. Said, you let your funnel dry? I said, oh. I told her. I didn't sugarcoat. I said, if you don't change this right now, you will lose everything you have built. Do you think I just made her a stronger leader or a weaker leader? Because she said, you're right. I got to change it and I got to change it now. Just like Lisa told us, she put it on that time frame on it herself. So some of those conversations we have to have, and here's what I'm telling you, if I wouldn't have had that conversation with her, if I would not have communicated effectively to her what the future looked like for her, she'd be out, she'd be gone, because it was already going this way. So you have to step in and help them develop those leadership skills to then step it up. So many of us fall into that management mode, you guys. The effectiveness of your communication is going to make or break you. And the fact that if you're not communicating, if you're not building leaders, you're not going to find your 1, 2, 3, 4 that will what? Set you free. 4 people in the world. Anybody can do this. Anybody can do this. You heard Adina say, like, my passion is just giving everybody a chance. My passion is saying, I don't care what your background is. I don't care what you came from. I don't care who you were even yesterday. I want to show you who you can become today. And that comes from, I started this business pregnant, out of a job, needing to earn $1,000 a month so that I could stay home with my kids. Well, it was my first child, so kids now. I started there. And because someone showed me an opportunity, because someone told me, hey, you can come into this and I'll teach you how to be a leader, and turn it into earning over $10 million in this industry. So my passion comes from absolutely communicating the fact that you can do it, that you're worthy of it. And I want to show you the vision, because without the vision, and here's the thing, what you do and how you show up is how you create the inspiration inside other people, because they don't know what they don't know, and you have to show them. So you have to show them, hey, with just getting on and letting me do some of these overviews for you, just getting on some of these leadership calls, letting me help you work your way through some of these conversations, you can be set free. Social media is a great thing and a real bad thing, right? Sometimes like it's a double-edged sword. But one thing that I love is when I go on vacation with my family, that's my personal passion, is vacation and memories with my family. My kids are 8 and 10. And so taking them around the world, I mean, they don't really understand the impact. They will one day, I hope. But I love doing that. And I'll post in my stories or whatever on social. And my favorite thing is I get people who are like, that's goals. Those are my family goals. So by showing up in that way, I'm inspiring them with vision. And I say, hey, if you keep showing up like you are, or if they're not, I say, hey, well, then if you want this, you got to change what you're doing today, right? I'm very real with them. I communicate, hey, I can show you how to get it. You have to communicate to them too. You have to say, hey, look what I've done. You have to be bold enough to stand up and say, hey, look what I've earned through this industry. Look what's possible for you if you do the things that I tell you to do, because that's the thing, that the missing piece to a lot of people's puzzle is simply the action. We all know how to talk to people. I told you yesterday, online and in person, it's like if you saw a friend at a grocery store, I'm not going to walk up to you and just, bleh. I'm going to say, hey, how have you been, right? We're going to have a conversation. Some people overcomplicate that. So you have to bring it back to the basics for them, but say, hey, you go and do this. It's not going to be hard, but it's real simple. We need 4, 3, 2, depending on your comp plan, people. It's all we're looking for. And whether it takes us 2 years or 20 years, it's the vision of the freedom that you want. You have to communicate it. I used to be a really, really uncomfortable telling people what I earned. Anyone else get a little uncomfortable? You make a lot of money, you're like, I don't want to make you feel inferior, right? It's like, oh, it's a little awkward. Sometimes people grow up with that money stigma, like we're not supposed to talk about money.
I'm taking what she said. It's your birthright. It's your birthright. And if people don't know how much you're making, how are they going to know what's possible for them? Your enthusiasm about what you do is going to create the action. You have to be completely unshakable in all circumstances. You have to be unshakable in your products. You have to be unshakable in your confidence in what you do and what you have. You have to be unshakable with the corporate staff that you work with. It's a partnership. It's not a one-sided thing. You have to be unshakable when the back office goes out, when the products go out, when the top leader leaves. You have to be so steadfast in what you do and so dead set on your vision that come hell or high water, I'm getting it. Because if you're not, one, you're not a leader, and two, you will never get there. You will never get there. And I want to be the voice in your head when those things arise, because here's the thing, negative thoughts still creep in even to my mind. But I want to be the voice in your head that when it does, you have to go, Bree said, unshakable, say unshakable. Someone's in your inbox. Hey, I got the newest thing. It's hot. We're making millionaires overnight. Unshakable. No, I actually had it was a good friend. It wasn't even, it wasn't a random, but she said, hey, Brie, I do have my hands on something good. I really want to show you. And I said, no, I love you so much, but I know what I've got my hands on. I know the lives that I'm changing. And I want you guys to understand, I have built 2 multi-million-dollar businesses, but they were very different. In one, it was me. And if I want anything done, it was me. And I tried to help so many people, but it was, oh, I'm trying. The one shift that I made in this business is that I started teaching people how to become a leader, how to step up into a leadership role, how to empower them to come on. I want to make sure I get to this one, how to come on and do weekly leadership Zooms. I'm not doing them every time I'm there, but I'm empowering other people to lead them. I do them on Monday, so I'll be flying home tomorrow. So what do you think I've done? I've asked someone to step up into that position. And then I tell all the other leaders, I want you to show up for her. I communicated that to them. Okay. Daily check-ins. Hey, I'm here. What do you need from me? Don't get stuck here. You still have to work your business. If your funnel dries up, you're in trouble. Team power hours. Oh, you guys got to adopt this if you're not doing it. This is where the leaders rise, and they do it so scared. I have some, I'll kind of give you 2 little different scenarios. Some leaders, they're like, yes, please, me, I will do it. I'll come in my power hour. It's just a DMO for an hour. Okay. Whatever your system is, your daily method of operation, if they need scripts or whatever, people can show up on the Zoom. They can work together. They're not alone. They're communicating. And so I have some leaders that are like, yes, let's do it. Let's do it. And then I have other ones that are like, I mean, I want to be a leader, but like, maybe not now. You know, they're like, I have all these ambitions, and then they kind of chicken out. Those ones I say, it's fine. Let's do it together first. I'll walk you through it. I'll even write out what you're going to tell the people to do. I'm not afraid to do the work. You got to do the work. Okay. So team power hours, we do them literally Monday through Friday, like 2 to 3 times a day. They show up. Implement your systems, launching and onboarding. I'm going to tell you one of the biggest changes in our team and how we've developed leaders who are moving into 6 and 7 figures is because they're doing the personal touch. Anyone that comes on board, they're sending a message, hey, I'm one of your uplines, even if they didn't sponsor them. I'd love to onboard you. I'd love to get to meet you. I want to know your goals, your dreams, your aspirations, and I want to help you achieve them. 100% out of 100%, we're getting people on the phone. We're getting them launched, utilizing social media, and changing people's lives. I want you to know, some of you are still just playing like a leader. You're not holding anyone else accountable. You're entitled to your freedom. You're leaning on your system, and you're not showing up. I'm going to challenge you here today to change it. I'm going to challenge every one of you at home who are like, but I don't know if I'm a leader yet. Do what my friend Krista did and said, I'm deciding that even though I'm not there yet, that's the way I'm gonna show up. Do I have your commitment? You guys, my name is Bree Richardson. I am so excited to be here. Thank you so much for giving me your time and your attention. And I can't wait to watch you soar.
So they're gonna start setting up, I'm guessing. They coming out to set up now? Come on out and set up. While they're doing that, Tina, how you doing? It's good to see you. Let me just tell you one quick story about my friend Tina. So we were getting ready to go to Disney, take a couple of my grandkids to Disney, and trying to figure out how to make it a special thing. And we didn't know that if you want to make it a special thing, you have to plan like 6 months in advance to have a VIP experience, all this stuff. So we book it, we got our flights, and like, it's going to be no problem. And then we find out every park sold out. They have like some cheerleading things happening during that week. Couldn't get into a single park, nothing. And then my grandkids were like super, well, my daughter actually was like super like, no, this can't happen. And my grandkids don't know anything about it. So I called Tina, who is like, just so you know, she is a Disney rock star expert over the top. And she calls in favors and she calls her behind the scenes people. And no sooner she done all that we have tickets to all the different parks, everything happens. We got our whole VIP experience. So thank you. It was epic. It was an epic week. My daughter, who is now 31, is like, it took her right back to 7. She was so happy. She just had her third and our 7th grandbaby. Just, I don't know, a month ago, something like that. A month ago. So anyway, she says, when can we do Disney again? Let's go do it again. Like, give me 1 year to just like get the baby stabilized a bit, but then let's go do it again. So thank you again. Yes. So we have a surprise for you and a treat for you. We held a couples retreat, a power couple retreat in our home. End of last year. And I don't know if you've ever heard Lisa Bilyeu. Have you heard Lisa Bilyeu? She spoke last year with us. This little English powerhouse, amazing young lady. And we became friends, and Maureen and her became like best buddies. And they vacationed together. They went with a bunch of girlfriends for a while together. And during this, she was not feeling well, but her husband, Tom, came and was part of this power couple retreat, talking about relationship strategies, how you can work together and become a power couple. So how many of you have a significant other of some sort? And how many are looking to attract a significant other of the perfect sort? God. The strategies were so powerful and so strong that we asked Tom if he might come and we might share it. Like, Lisa was already booked in a different place for this weekend, so strangely enough, but he said, yeah, sure. Now, if you don't know Tom Bilyeu, have you ever heard of impact theory? That's his podcast. He created Quest bars. He's got this, he's looking to be another form of Disney with an organization called Kaizen, creating some amazing experiences. You're going to hear a lot about that in the years to come. But he's just a really wise man. And with Maureen and myself, we're going to bring him out and we're going to grill him on everything relationships for you to have stronger relationships, okay? So please do me a favor, give it up for Tom Bilyeu and
He doesn't need his name up in lights. He just wants to be another better recipient of life. He feels so unlike everybody else. So follow in spite of the fact. Here we are. We're here.
Tom and I met for the first time a couple months back, right? Marina went out to do Lisa's podcast, and then we had a nice dinner together and talked about all different kinds of things. But I was so blown away by this guy when it came to this idea of how do you have a relationship, you know, your most important relationship in your life outside of the relationship with yourself. How do you have a relationship that's strong, healthy, vibrant in terms of it can adapt to circumstance and different things that come up? And so why don't you just talk about your relationship with Lisa a bit, and let's start the conversation, and then the two of us will fire questions at you and we'll get your input.
Yeah, sounds good. So Lisa would definitely be my favorite topic. As I always tell people, so my whole life when I was young, it was, I wanted to be rich. I wanted to be rich. And it's funny because my mom was actually here right over there. She probably hates me, pointed her out. But so from the whole time when I was a little kid, I used to wander around, grew up in Tacoma, Washington at the outskirts. And so everybody thought I was out of my mind, that I wanted to be rich. And so growing up, lower middle class, it seemed absurd. And I actually end up, over a very long period of time, I end up making that dream come true. But whenever somebody asks me about, you know, what are the big grand moments that life has to offer you, I say without question, my wife is my number one priority, because there is literally nothing in my life that has ever given me more joy. And so when you think about what you're trying to optimize your life for, ultimately it's a neurochemical state. And I'll round that state to what I call fulfillment, which has a recipe, which may surprise some people what it is. But other people in your life that you love, and I'm very much like a lone wolf guy. And so for me to say that, like there is an alternate universe in which I did not meet Lisa, I never got married, and I'm still just building businesses, and that's my focus. And so for me to see how much that can change everything about your life. And I think the story that best sums up how I think about her, and it's different now because my wife has really stepped into a different zone, but when we got married, we assumed we were going to have kids. She was going to be a stay-at-home mom. That was going to be, you know, a very typical path. I was going to go into the world and build businesses. And so it became very clear to me as I really started to have success, and I'm showing up on the cover of magazines, and we're making a lot of money, and I'm getting a lot of accolades, and social media is taking off, and likes and follows, and women in scantily clad clothing, you know, vying for my attention. And in all of that one night, and I'm not a crier, but in all of that one night, I burst into like crazy ugly tears, like that kind of crying. And I was like, you, to my wife, you are never going to get credit for the fact that I wouldn't be who I am if it wasn't for you. And I really realized, because we found each other young. So we got married, we met when I was 24, she was 21. We got married when I was 26, she was 22. And so we got together very, very young. And so she truly helped shape the person that I became. And it made me really understand like this fascinating feedback loop that you get into with your significant other. If you do it well, it will be the most extraordinary thing that life has to offer you, period, bar none, without exception. If you do it wrong, it will be a torture device. And so it was this really fascinating understanding of, whoa, this done wrong is the worst thing ever. But the same thing done right can't be beat. And so we really started to try to formalize what that was. And so, you know, when we were in our 20s and we were doing it poorly and we were getting in fights, the biggest fight we ever got into was over a cup of tea. I kid you not. And
Tell us about it. What happened?
oh God, so this is it became very helpful, but when I think about actually going through it, so I really felt a responsibility to make my wife wealthy. When I went and asked for her father's blessing to marry her, he said no. And he was like, basically, you're not going to be able to take care of her. You're, he didn't say dumb, but he's like, you're a young kid. You don't show a lot of promise. And pointedly, he actually asked this exact question. How do you plan to take care of my daughter? Because he took himself from a literal mountain village. Whatever you're imagining, it's much smaller than that. Like his story is unbelievable. In an island that I had never heard of called Cyprus, it is a desert island off the coast of Syria. I'm not kidding. And this guy at 11, like goes deep into the mountains, away from the only tiny village he'd ever known, has to take care of himself, put himself through schools, craziest story ever, ends up working his way up, running one of the largest shipping companies in the world. So I, as a broke, undereducated kid from Tacoma, meet this guy who's made himself successful from absolutely nothing. And he just doesn't see it in me. And he's like, this is going to go nowhere. How do you plan to take care of my daughter? And I said, look, I know what you see is a kid who's broke and it's going to make your daughter poor. But I promise you, sir, one day I am going to make your daughter a wealthy woman. Now, when somebody makes that call like Babe Ruth and they have nothing to show for it. My wife was working at the time, or fiance was working at the time. I was not. I did not have a job. My only job at the time was to make my wife a sandwich every day. And she would come home and be sweating as to whether or not I would actually have the sandwich ready on time. This is real. And I was just in a really dark place at that point in my life. But I Babe Ruth it. I call my shot. I'm going to make your daughter wealthy. But now I get into this spiral of like, whoa, I'm not doing the things I need to do to actually make this woman wealthy. And now me failing isn't just about me. I'm going to drag her.
Why was wealthy so important?
Ooh. I'll tie this all together and then I'll explain that. So I don't have the emotional language to realize what I actually mean is control over my own life. What I think it is about getting wealthy. And so I will learn the lesson. Don't worry, this has a happy ending where I realized chasing money is a waste of time. But at the time, to tell this story with any honesty, it was like, I have to make her rich. And so I'm going like crazy and I'm working insane hours, burning relationship capital. My wife, of course, just wants her husband, but I can't see that. All I can see is I promised I was going to make you rich. I'm going to make you rich. And so I'm working around the clock. I'm stressing out. I come home. I'm like, you can't even ask me about work. We had a rule, literally don't ask me about work. And so she now starts to feel super disconnected. All she wants is to go on a vacation. I just want to make her rich. And so I am so obsessed with I have to work around the clock and I'm doing this for you. And she finally convinces me after 6.5 years to take a vacation for one night. So I'm like, okay, I'll take a vacation for one night. I will spend money on this hotel. I will take time away from work because I work 7 days a week. And I get up that morning, packed, ready to go. And I'm like, you ready? And she's like, I just want to have a cup of tea. I'm like, hold on, you want to have a cup of tea? We need to go. And she's like, what do you mean? Like, I just want to have a cup of tea. So anyway, I'm like, we need to leave right now. Like, bring the cup of tea, like pour it in a thermos or something, like, come on. And so these are the words we're saying. I just want to have a cup of tea. We need to get to the hotel. We get in the car, we're driving, we're yelling, we're screaming, like neither of us want to be going on this vacation. The one vacation she's gotten me to take in 6.5 years. And we're arguing about this cup of tea. We are driving up the 101 to get to, I think we're going to Santa Barbara. And on the freeway, I'm like, this is stupid. We shouldn't be going. I turned the car around. We're now heading back. I'm like, why would we go on vacation? This doesn't make any sense. And we're driving back. And for the last hour of this argument, a voice in my head is screaming, there's no way this is about a cup of tea. There's no way this is about a cup of tea. There's no way this is about a cup of tea. So finally, as we're now heading back home, I pull over and I'm like, okay, this isn't about a cup of tea. So what is this about? What are we really arguing about? And in that moment, my wife and I learned the most incredible rule. I have the chills right now just thinking about this moment. We realized we had to speak in insecurities. And the second we could speak in insecurities, then we could get to the truth. And so we created this rule in our life. You never argue about the tea. What's this really about? And so I said, every anxiety I have is triggered by taking this vacation, that I'm not going to provide for you, that I'm not going to be a man that you can respect, that your father is going to be right about me. And so for me to take this time off and spend money that I'm trying to save, and the hotel will let us check in at 11 a.m. I called ahead to make sure we could get early check-in, to make sure we could get every penny's worth of this vacation. And you just want to have a cup of tea. And so I don't feel like you understand what me taking this vacation means. Like my whole manhood hangs in the balance. And then she was like, well, I feel like you don't want to be with me, that you just want to chase money. You just want to get rich. You don't even see me anymore. You don't even know who I am. We're not connecting. We're drifting apart as husband and wife. I feel totally disconnected from you. You're chasing something that feels like it's leaving me behind. And I was like, oh my God. I had no idea. I was so absorbed in how I felt about this. You were absorbed in how you felt about it. Neither of us were communicating. So we said, okay, it seems apparent to me that if one of us is getting angry, an insecurity has been triggered. And that if we can sink down immediately to the insecurity and just be like, oh, you've triggered this insecurity. I don't feel strong. I don't feel powerful. You don't feel beautiful. You don't feel loved. I don't feel seen, whatever. But like now we really get to it and we talk about it, and that changed our lives. And so now we never argue about the tea. Look, we could spend a whole hour on how you can put yourself in that vulnerable position and never use it against the other person, which is so important. But we have all kinds of rules and regulations around that to make sure that you can exist in that vulnerable space. But we were able to do that. And so now we sink very deeply into that.
So speaking in insecurities.
Yeah, so this is, our cognition is happening on two levels. And the sooner people understand this, the better. On my tombstone, I would like it to read, Mom, I'll need you to remember this, God forbid it becomes necessary. I want it to say, you're having a biological experience. I want people to just understand, you only have access to so much of what's going on in your subconscious mind. Your subconscious mind processes data faster and faster. So you have all this, you can call it wisdom, you can call it intuition, call it whatever you want, but your body, literally your body is assessing a lot more data than you can pull into your conscious mind. So if it's like, let's say it's something like 7 pieces of information that you can hold in your conscious mind at any one time, your subconscious mind is processing, let's call it 700 pieces of data. You don't want to be cognitively aware of that. But if you know that your subconscious mind speaks to you in emotion, and you're going to argue in emotion, but to argue, you have to argue about what can be pulled into your conscious mind. You're now taking this massive distillation of this incredibly complex sense of emotions, and your mind goes, I'm angry because you wanted to have a cup of tea. Not really. But that's the part that you've translated. That's the part that you can hold in what they call working memory. So I just keep coming back to, it's about the tea, it's about the tea, it's about the tea, it's about the tea. But then you just start going, wow, there's a real amplitude disconnect of how, and I really do feel the emotions I'm feeling. So something real is happening right now.
Yeah.
But the thing I can articulate isn't the
You
thing.
recognize the tea, but you haven't consciously recognized the rest.
Exactly. And so now you have to learn to go, oh, I'm feeling something really intense. How do I stop in the middle of an argument, which is about the things I can pull into my conscious mind, and go, hey, my conscious arguments are going to fail me. So I'm not going to try to win this argument. In fact, the only way to win this argument is to protect the long-term viability of my love as an emotional state for this person who I've chosen the long-term pair bond with. It's like a whole level of complexity. So after this argument, I have to be sexually attracted to you. After this argument, you have to be sexually attracted to me. And so if I dunk on you and I make you feel badly about yourself, are you going to feel sexually attractive? No. And so that's going to diminish our ability to connect on that level, which is one of 462 reasons why couples bed death and you become roommates and then you become roommates that despise each other. It's a whole, like, it's super predictable all around this idea of there's something real happening in your subconscious. You're not figuring out how to translate that into your conscious mind. And so you're trying to win the argument. So what we do is we say, okay, the person who wins is the person who can most rapidly transform their emotion into an articulatable insecurity, because that is what's driving your anger. And so now let's bring that to the surface. And then the other person, their job is to be like, okay, awesome, amazing that you were able to do that, that you're able to be so vulnerable and present that, because now I can hammer you down, right? You've just given me the way to win this argument, that you feel weak about something. Cool, smash, done, right? And that's what a lot of people would do in that moment. But the second victory for us is that we never do that, ever. If somebody comes to you in that moment of vulnerability, immediately you let all your defenses down, you figure out how you nurture that together, figure out what's going on, and like, how do we build that up? It doesn't mean that it's your job now to carry water for their insecurity. They need to address it and deal with it.
It takes some maturity though.
For sure, for
You know,
sure.
it takes some real emotional maturity. And I've got 8 million questions, but Marina.
No, I just want to stay on this conversation because I think it's so important. What you're saying, Tom, is because actually I read about that same cup of tea from Lisa's book. So I know the story from her version. And I think it's, first of all, like Eric said, it's the wisdom that it takes, but most importantly, it's the trust that it takes to get to that level of maturity, of that level of openness and being vulnerable, being secure enough or being safe to be insecure
Safe,
enough,
yeah.
to be safe, to be insecure enough to open up and tell what it's really bothering you, because it's not about the cup of tea, it's about all the different things. And especially I think for women, we feel so emotional and it feels like so overwhelming. And on the other side, when we are not able to articulate what is bothering us and what is happening, is just kind of like starts piling up, right? Because like if you cannot say it, or don't feel safe enough to say it, we just start saying like it's a cup of tea or whatever, and then it starts piling and piling and piling. And that's why I think a lot of couples, like you said, start drifting away from each other, because at the end of the day, they start arguing about who's taking out the garbage, but it's not about the garbage, right? Like in your situation, it's not about the cup of tea. So what is in your opinion? Because I know what it took Eric and myself to get into that level of trust, because we come from the previous relationships, we had our previous psychic damage about it, and certain things would trigger certain thoughts or emotions, because that's what my previous marriage or my previous relationship, that's what it meant at the time. And not bringing it into existing relationship. And how do you get to that level of trust where you're okay to be vulnerable? What it took for you guys?
So a big part of this is obviously in the beginning of the relationship, you just really have to be into the person. And so some of this is selection is 80%, right? So you've got to find somebody that is going to be willing to do the work for. So not everybody is going to be worth that kind of energy and effort on your part. And so I'd be very thoughtful about that. And a great piece of advice that I heard, I don't remember who I heard this from, but it's really brilliant, is no matter what relationship you're in, no matter who you're in that relationship with, it's going to be a lot of work. And so the question isn't, do I end this relationship because it's work? They're all going to be work. The question is this the person I want to do the work with? So that was just, we had to answer that question in the early days of our relationship. Like, are we into each other enough that we're willing to do the work? Now, both of us came into it going, relationships are work, but they're worth putting in the energy and effort. So we didn't have to get over the hurdle of this should be easy and it's love and there should be an effortlessness here. So we didn't have to struggle with that. So once we're on the other side of that, then it was rules, regulations, like you put things, we call them rules of engagement. And so in fact, there's new studies coming out. This is so important. The new studies coming out show that the #1 predictor of whether you end up in the half of people that get divorced or the half of the people that stay together is how well you argue. If you don't argue well, meaning if you're trying to win, if you know how to break the other person's spirit, if you know that you can diminish somebody over time, which people do, man, and they really are like, I'm going to win this argument and the next and the next and the next, and they're going to diminish them. And ladies, I will just tell you, probably, if for no other reason, unless you're married to a guy like me that is as highly verbal as you, and I can match you toe to toe, and you can try me with that game, you will find out, as my wife did, that is a losing proposition. But odds are you're not. You're not going to find a guy that's as verbal as me. And so now you're going to be able to browbeat him into submission, not once, not twice, but every single time. And the question you have to ask yourself is that a victory? Because you will make him less over time. That, in my estimation, is not the way to play the game. You want to elevate each other, which is one of the rules that Lisa and I have. We elevate each other at all times. So when we got married, I thought we were going to have kids. I thought my wife was going to be a stay-at-home mother. That is not what she ended up wanting. And she ended up wanting to become an entrepreneur. And so the whole thing for me was, cool, I need to elevate you. Now, there was a period of mourning, don't get me wrong. But as we were going through that, what I said to her was, I want you to be the version of you want to be. And who would I be if I didn't elevate you and try to help you become whatever you want to become? So you have to go into it with that. So we've got rules like that in place. But the most important one, germane to this, is that we said, the only way for a relationship to be worth the sacrifice, and it is a sacrifice, the only way for it to be worth the sacrifice is to be completely who you are, to be totally naked and all the things that are good and bad about you, to be seen and still be loved and appreciated. Now, if you can get into that zone, then it's going to be worth all the difficulties that come along with it. And so we said, okay, for that to happen, that means I'm going to show you my vulnerabilities, the real ones, not the ones that I bring out when I'm on stage and somebody says, what are you bad at or whatever. I'm not telling you the real, right? That's for my wife. I'm telling you the public facing real, but my wife gets all of it. And so now the rule that we each have is you can never, and I mean never, weaponize that against me. And so when I say never, the pact that I have with my wife, and I really hope this never gets tested, but if it does, I know exactly who I will be in that moment. If my wife had an affair, stole from me, whatever, you're never going to hear her secrets. You're never going to hear the things about her that I could weaponize to be destructive towards her, because that's not who I am. And so if you want to know what that safety is about, ultimately, it's not even about the things you agree upon as a couple. It's who is that person? And that's why when you were talking earlier about, you can get into arguments about things that aren't about that thing, you know, not just the tea, every couple has it. A lot of times what you're colliding over is values. And at that point, now you have to have a conversation about, have we hit an impasse where we're arguing about values? Because when you hit an impasse about values, now the only thing that you can do about it is go, what is our standard operating procedure for how we deal with a collision of values? Because both of us have to get some amount of what we want. There's going to have to be some sort of compromise. But all of this is like really unsexy. But if you don't do it, you don't get to the sexy bits. And so we spend so much of our time around like pulling all of this stuff out into the daylight, talking about it in this really cut and dry fashion of what is going to make this work.
I've got to talk about a few of these things, and do me a favor in the chat, put one takeaway that you've got so far from listening to this conversation. I have several. It's interesting. I'm going to give you our foundational principle that's worked for us in working together, and I didn't have in my previous relationships, and neither did she. In my previous relationships, it was like honesty was punished. You kind of had a no-win situation regularly. And I learned to survive in that because I just got weary of the drama all the time, that I would just be a much smaller version of myself in that environment. And I would just be quiet. I'd go in the other room. I'd turn on the TV. I'd check out emotionally. That was the only survival mechanism, and kind of everybody in the house was kind of taught that that was a survival mechanism, is to kind of survive in that environment. Not healthy, I know, but when we get into relationship, you know, I'd find something that would trigger me, and I'd get real quiet. I'd go in the other room, whatever. And she's like, oh, no. Talk to me. Tell me what's going on. And I did not trust it. You know, this is gonna get weaponized for sure. I'm not gonna do this. And then first time I did, and she said, "Oh, I didn't even know you that bothered you," or "I'm sorry if you heard it that way. You know, I apologize." I'm like, "What did you just did what?" Okay, this is different. And then she would tell me, you know, when you say sweetheart, I really like that. Oh, good to know. I can say that all the time. No problem. That's easy for me. Thank you for telling me. You know, when you say this, I don't like it. When you say this, I like it. Whatever. So it was super interesting to retrain a lot of years of kind of dysfunctional cohabitation, right? And I'm sure there's people here in the room, people at home that have some level of dysfunctional cohabitation, but it takes an enormous amount of maturity, I think, to talk through how, like your SOP, your standard operating procedure for this problem, for that problem, for the in-laws, for sex, for whatever. It's like, sounds weird to say you need a standard operating procedure for all of these things in relationship, but you kind of do. I will tell you the thing that I'm curious to see how this plays in your relationship, because you guys work together and separately, you know, got different things going, a lot of things going on, as Marina and I do. What we found, which I didn't realize was the core for us until we were deep into our relationship. The number one, I mean, there's three attributes that constitute healthy for us. Number one is respect. By far and away, number one. Mutual respect, the ability to fight fair, that's respectful. The ability to communicate insecurities and do it in a way that's respectful. Being very cautious with your language is respectful. Not diminishing the other person's respectful. So we found that respect was absolutely by far and away number one for us. And then after mutual respect, because there's so many ways you can subtly disrespect someone. After mutual respect, then it was communication. Finding ways to say what needed to be said and having the maturity to be able to listen when you didn't agree necessarily from your upbringing or whatever. And then the third area was trust, and trust was more a byproduct of 1 and 2. If you're respectful and you communicate a lot, you will build trust. You know, it's kind of a byproduct. So every time things get a little funky, you know, as they will from time to time, I just try to think about, was I respectful? Or when I get offended, I'm feeling disrespected usually. You know, so that was big for us. How does that play with you guys?
Yeah, those are all, I think, very universal. So when my wife and I got married, I had read a book called The Power of Myth. Gentlemen, I see a few here in the crowd, you might get something out of this book. And one of the hypotheses that the author had, a guy named Joseph Campbell, was very instrumental in the mythological architecture of the film series Star Wars. And he said, I think a big part of the problem in modern marriage is that all of the rituals around marriage have lost their meaning. And there's no sort of big grand moment where you weren't married and now you are. And so I decided that when I got married that I was going to go through a ritualistic scarification. And Scarification. Yeah. So I wanted to have my body permanently marked to remind myself. I wanted it to be painful and permanent. That was my big thing. Yeah. So I ended up designing, and the punchline for people that what I ended up getting was a tattoo is always anticlimactic for people, but it's the only tattoo I've ever gotten. It's the only tattoo I ever will get. And I did it because I wanted it to be painful and permanent, but I also wanted it to be meaningful. And so I created the tattoo myself, and it basically is my promise to my wife. And so in getting that, it was the 4 ideas of love, compassion, commitment, and respect. And so those were going to be the things that I was committed to making sure that we upheld. Now, remember, this is coming from the guy who's saying you're having a biological experience. So I understand that love and passion are largely neurological states, and that she and I both understood from very early on. I really do have to shout out to my mom. Like, I had no game as a kid, none whatsoever. I just could not get anywhere. It was really embarrassing. And my mom had me start reading like Cosmo magazine and stuff like that, like going behind enemy lines and like really try to figure this out. And it works in some ways and it didn't work in others. It made me actually a little too soft, which we could do a whole lecture series on that. But it certainly, I was in a position where I knew some of the hot button issues and wasn't going to have a problem there. And so going into that, I knew the relationship will shift. So in the beginning, it's going to be this really drug-like effect. Again, looking at studies, you can't tell the difference between somebody who is recently in love and somebody who did a bump of cocaine. Okay, let that sink in. On a brain scan, there is no difference. And I remember asking my mom, how do you know when you're in love? And she said, when you feel like it is not possible anybody else has ever had this feeling before, you're in love. And I was like, oh my God, that is exactly what I feel, because it's so all-consuming, it's so drug-like, like the beginning of the relationship. But I knew it wouldn't last like that that was ultimately going to change into something that I would now probably call long-term pair bonding, where it's like you're sharing a life. And so that was the big promise that Lisa and I made, was we're going to share a life. So it's like, okay, we have to be able to navigate the difference between that red hot, passionate love in the beginning, and then that more stable love that you get over time. And so being aware that things were going to change, like that was really important. And so, yes, you have to have respect. Yes, you have to have love, but you also have to have these mechanisms by which you move from one to the other. So fighting well is as much about how you start it, as how you end it, as how you integrate it on the other side. Because if you have the same fight over and over and over, that gets real old, real fast. And so people want to know that they're making progress. So I really doubt that you and I have different things that we integrate. It's like the great line from Anna Karenina. Every unhappy family is unhappy in their own way, but every happy family shares something in common. And so there's so much to dive into about what are the commonalities, whether you're looking at something that's broken or you're looking at something that's well, finding the things that are working right or the things that are going wrong is really important.
Yeah, how do you, I'm guessing, because in my previous relationship, I was willing to step in and be a part of the solution, and my ex wasn't. If you have somebody who's living with someone who they're willing to be the grown-up, mature one and come up with standard operating procedures for this and that and communicate like crazy and be respectful, but the other one's not being respectful back, or they think it's stupid, or any suggestions as to how to get both members in a household. And I heard somebody tell me once that marriage is like you put your hands together and you wrap a thread around and you tie a knot. And if you notice it right away, you can break that knot. But most of the times you don't notice. And as the years go by and fights go by and incidents go by and resentments build up and communication doesn't happen, pretty soon it's a rope that you feel like you're kind of stuck and you can't break it, because it's going to take two people to do that. I remember we used to go to marriage counseling, and there was so much rope around it that it was just, anybody go to marriage counseling, it was the most miserable thing in their lives ever. It was awful. I mean, it's just like, where is this going? Then we'd quit, go into a coma for the next 10 months, and then something would trigger again, and we'd go to counseling again, and we'd repeat this over and over and over. But you got to get two people to play the game, right? With their insecurities and everything else. Any suggestions on how to make that happen? If one is willing and the other one isn't,
Yeah, so I think this is actually really simple, but half of you are going to hate me at the end of this explanation, but because I believe it to be true, I'm going to say it anyway. You guys can decide if you ever want me on your stage again. Here's how I would approach this problem. So remember, the first thing I said is selection is 80% of the battle. So if you've chosen somebody poorly and they're just not the person you want to struggle with, then it is what it is. It's time to move on. So I would like to remind everybody that once I got married, there was no turning back for me. And so Lisa and I have a rule, we don't even joke about divorce. So I'd never do like the funny thing, like, oh, haha, like you forgot to put a dish away and I'm gonna divorce you if you don't. We don't even say divorce, we just call it the D word, because we want the other person to know I'm in this. And that means I'm not going to tolerate things that aren't tenable long-term, because I'm not going anywhere. And so we have to fix these problems immediately. The analogy we've always used is dust settling. Don't let the dust settle, right? If you go in and every little argument or misdeed or whatever is a little bit of dust. If you clean it up right away, you're fine. If you don't, over time, you have a toxic environment where, you know, people are choking to death on all the ash in the air. So it's like, you've got to go. And I imagine going to marriage counseling is just somebody taking a baseball bat to 8 years of dust stacked up and just in a big pile in the air, and you need a gas mask to do anything. So the first thing I would do is say, all relationships are work. Do you agree? Yes. Cool. Am I the person that you want to do the work with? Yes or no? Yes. Cool. Now, to me, a door has just locked behind you. Nobody's trying to exit. And now this is the part that you're all going to hate. I don't have a better word for it. You can say guidance, but I don't think it gets to the truth. The reality is, as a couple, you're going to manipulate each other, and you're going to manipulate each other, hopefully for the better, and hopefully entirely in the open. I told my wife, the only trick I will ever play on you is that it's a trick. I'm going to tell you everything I'm doing. And so when I'm going to manipulate you, I'm going to say, you have this belief. It is hurting you. It's hurting our marriage. And I'm going to spend the next 6 months unwinding that belief in your mind and showing you that it doesn't make any sense. But I'm going to be doing it with love and all that. So I'm going to pour a bunch of sugar on this. And so it's not going to feel like I'm chipping away, but I need to have said up front, I am doing this to erode your faith in that belief, which I think is holding us back. Cool? Yes, perfect. And then we move forward. So, but it is manipulation. And look, I told my wife, I'll be as vague as I can. If you want me to go shopping with you, you need to keep it interesting for me. My wife found ways to keep shopping interesting. And so we refer to that as giving the keys to the kingdom. You tell the other person the right way to manipulate you. And so everything's out in the open, it's above board, and we're always trying to elevate the other person. And so when you do that, now you can move people where you want them to go. So here is manipulation tactic number one, and this just works so well. The reality is everyone in your life, including you, is living by a set of values that they don't understand. So right now, I guarantee every time you make a choice and you're like, hey, that choice, actually, I wouldn't even want to tell my closest girlfriend that I made that choice. And the reason is because that's a hidden value. That's actually steering you. And the value on the surface is the BS PR value. So for instance, I used to tell everybody, I just want to be successful. But in reality, I would argue for ideas that didn't make any sense for the business, because the idea that didn't make any sense for the business was the one I came up with, and the secret value system that I had not yet pulled into my conscious mind, was that I wanted other people to think I was smart. And I suddenly realized, oh my God, I actually find it more valuable for other people to think that I'm smart than to figure out what the right answer is and actually scale my business. And so I had this moment of crisis, and I was like, whoa, no judgment. This is me in my head, no judgment. But answer the following question honestly. Would you rather people think you're smart, or would you rather actually be successful? And I was like, okay, I would actually rather be successful. Cool. Then you have to stop pursuing being right, and you have to pursue the right answer, even if it's somebody else's. And you're going to have to completely let go of all the ego that you have tied up around being smart. And so I had to flip my entire ego and what I built it around, from building my ego around being smart to building my ego around learning faster than anybody else. And so that was me identifying I had a value that was driving me that was completely invisible to me. So the way that you manipulate your partner is you're going to find out what those values are, and you're going to use them against them. And so I just start asking questions. When somebody is acting crazy, and I can, even in my body language now, the way it makes me feel, I'm annoyed because I know how long. I'm a psychopath for efficiency. You should all weep one tear for what my wife has to go through, dealing with somebody who cares only about efficiency. And it gets very annoying from her perspective. And so I'm like, okay, I have to do this in 8 chess moves. And I have to put them all out on the table and explain what they are and how I'm going to do them. And so I'm like, look, I need to ask you a series of questions. As soon as I say that to my wife, she's like, here we go, because she knows what I'm doing. She knows she has a value, that I believe she has a value that she has not yet recognized. And that by asking her a series of questions, which will drive her crazy as I ask her these questions, because what she will be confronted with at each and every one of the turns of the question, and the questions will go in this method. I'm backing you into a corner, and you're answering yes because it all feels right, but I've done this to you enough times, you know you're being backed into a corner, so it makes you really angry because you can't see how answering truthfully on this question is actually putting you in a corner. And so you're very frustrated. And then by backing you into that corner, I'm going to ask you another question where it will reveal that you have a value that you weren't aware of, or a value that might be ugly that you don't like. Now look, I have more of these terrible unseen values than anybody else. And so I'm just gonna ask you to run me through the same set of questions. Not like I think I'm above it. It's just the only way that I've seen for 2 people to work with each other to get on the other side of that. And so you just start asking questions like, is the following true? So to go back to that exact example. So let's take somebody that wants to work through this. Once you no longer have any interest in being right and you really just want to get to the right answer, these questions will present themselves self-evidently. You're walking down 2 paths. Okay, we're at loggerheads. I think they're an idiot and they're everything that's wrong in this relationship, and I think I'm right. No, I have no interest in being right here. I just want to know what is true. So I'm going to start asking questions that will determine which of us is right and which of us is wrong. And so I'm going to say, are you committed to doing the work and uncovering whatever we need to move forward? Yes. Am I committed? Yes, I am. Okay, cool. Do you think that you are right about everything and I am wrong about everything? No. Okay, so you admit that you're going to be, as we go down these paths, that you were going to realize that you were wrong about something. Yes. Okay, can we agree that the way to determine what is right and wrong is not going to be a judgment of value? It's not going to be what we like more, whatever. It's going to be that we have a goal. Whatever choice moves us towards the goal is right, and whatever choice moves us away from the goal is wrong. Can we agree to that? Yes or no? And if they say no, then you go, how are we going to determine what is right and what is wrong? And you know what will happen when you put the microphone in front of them? You guys all know it intuitively. They're going to do what my wife calls waffling. They're going to waffle. Well, it's going to be something a little bit like this. Oh, it's so funny. You know, I haven't really thought about it. Well, we're probably going to be, well, no, it's not going to be quite like that. It's going to be like this. And then I do the thing that makes my wife want to punch me in the throat. And I say, until you can explain it in a single sentence without any commas, parentheticals, or run-ons, you don't understand it. I will sit here as long as we need to and help you, by the way, to figure out like how we can say it in a single sentence. But if you cannot say it in a really, I'm talking 35 words or less. If you can't say in 35 words or less the answer to whatever question, you don't understand it well enough. Can we agree that we can move forward until you understand your position well? No, we cannot. That's absurd. Some of this, Tom, is emotional. We're not going to be able to move past it. Okay, amazing. How do we move past it? Well, wander, waffle, waffle, waffle. And then I will sit there and go, hey, fair enough. Can you say that in a single sentence? No, I cannot say it in a single sentence. Okay. If I were to say it in a single sentence for you, would that feel better? How about we do that? And I'll say it in a single sentence until it feels like a puzzle piece clicking into place for you. Is that fair? Now, remember, I'm not trying to win the argument. I'm just trying to figure out what is true. So I'm listening with a heart that is wide open, and I'm going to restate her point. It's called steel manning. If you guys have never heard this, it's
Talk about the
debate
straw man,
tactic.
steel man, yeah.
So when you straw man somebody's argument, you're trying to make the weakest version of their argument you can so you can dunk on them later. In a steel man argument, you're trying to say it in the best way possible so that on national television, she'd be like, yes, that is exactly what I believe. Oh my God, you really understand me. And so we have a rule in our life. You don't move on to the next point until the person, so I'm articulating my wife's point until she says the magic phrase, you understand my position perfectly. We don't move on. So I'll keep refining it, but I keep a short sentence. This is what you believe? No, there's a little bit of this. And we'll keep going until it's like,
I can't tell you how strong that is.
It's
the
magic.
idea of saying somebody else's perspective that isn't yours to the point that they say, yep, that's exactly it. Now you got something to be able to do. And if they'll do the same back to you.
Now, what I know in this whole thing is that you can trap them with their values. So once somebody says, this is my value, then it's like they're going to adhere to that, because the second they deviate, you just say, but you told me that this was your value. So have you changed your value? In which case, let's update it.
Are you ever going to get, oh, you're just manipulating me.
Yeah, and look, you have to
stop playing these mind games on me.
Well, so we encounter that a lot. So even you guys all recognize that the way my demeanor changed when I went into this. So it drives my wife crazy.
I see what you're doing.
Demeanor.
You're bringing that psychology stuff.
Well, so here's what
if you only knew the power.
That is very accurate. Whoever's on your soundboard, by the way, when I was back there and they did one when you were talking, I was like, okay, that person needs to train my person because that is amazing. So shout out to whoever's doing that. It's amazing. So my wife had a phrase. It took me a long time to understand what she meant. And so just in the remaining minutes we have, I'm just going to start like throwing out nuggets that have served me so well. So we got into the year 2022 was the most difficult year of my business life, but it was also the year I am most proud of. So on the other side of 2022, I walked out of it feeling like I was so powerful and just was so capable, so much more. And so I come out the other side, oh my God, I am better in every way. This is amazing. And my wife was like, that was the worst year of our marriage. And I was like, what? And so it was this really weird moment. And she just kept saying this phrase over and over and over. I just want my husband back. And I was like, what do you mean? Because I'm so proud of who I've become. And the only words, right? Subconscious speaks in emotion. And the only word she could use in her conscious mind was, I just want my husband back. And she's doing it in a way where she is like, whatever I need to do, dear husband, scream, cry, break things. I don't want to do that. But that's the level I'm feeling the following statement. I just want my husband back. And I'm like, but I am your husband. And I'm right here. And I'm more proud of myself than ever. And she was like, yes. And I can yell if that, there we go. I don't feel it. I don't feel it. I don't feel it. You don't feel like my husband. I'm just like, what the hell does she mean? So I'm like, okay, I'm Darth Vader. I'm going to need to ask you a series of questions. And she's so emotional right now. She's like, I don't want to hear the questions. And I'm like, I can't move on unless I understand what's happening. And so I'm like, I need to ask you these questions. Please just answer them. And so I'm asking them. She knows she's being backed into a corner, but it's a corner of understanding because I need to be able to say your position in a single sentence. And so the single sentence ended up being the following, and it changed my life. I caught myself.
Yeah, nicely done.
It changed my life. Literally now, still to this moment, this may be the most important realization I have. I said, are you telling me that the person that I have become, you can no longer feel me broadcasting or receiving love is in my behavior? You no longer feel me broadcasting and receiving love. Is that accurate? And she said, yes, that feels like a puzzle piece clicking into place. And I realized in that moment, the very thing that made me proud of what I had accomplished was I had become the Terminator. I couldn't be stopped. No one would ever be able to harm me again. And that made me like, there's this moment in Terminator 2 where it just shows him day and night holding this flashlight and the mother talking about, I knew my kid would never have to fear. And I was like, that's me. And even now telling you this, the very thing that broke my wife's heart makes me feel good about who I am. But I had to realize, oh my God, there's this switch though, that I have to be able to turn back on, which is broadcasting love, which largely is tone of voice, what I'm doing with my face. And the weird thing is, guys, you may never have thought about this before. As you mechanistically do those things, talk in that sweeter voice, lower your posture a little bit, like give the sort of doe-eyed expression, maybe a bit of a half smile, thinking over and over and over, I want this person to win. I love them more than anything else in the world. And all I want to see is for them to be happy. And all the weird things that that does to your neurochemistry, all of a sudden, you're broadcasting love. Now, to me, nothing changed. I mean, a slight, like minor tweak. But for my wife, like if any of you guys have seen the movie Family Man, it's a Christmas movie with Nicolas Cage. And at the very end of the movie, the little girl says to her father, who she thinks is now an alien, even though he looks the same, but his attitude is just different. And at the end of the movie, she says to him, after all his learnings and all of that, she says, welcome back. And I could see in my wife's face, boom, when I do that, oh my God, my husband, welcome back. I was like, wow. So this thing that is just a different emotional gear doesn't make me feel any different. I want her to be more impressed by the Terminator version of me by far, but she needs to feel this, I'm now broadcasting love. But I thought there's another part to this, which is I need to receive love. And so that I can hear her when she hugs me, when she comes to me and something's wrong and she hugs me, it's like, oh, I can't be thinking, gentlemen, how do I solve this problem? I need to be thinking, I need to receive this love right now. I just need to receive it, and then I need to broadcast it back out. And it changes everything that's happening in me neurochemically. And now I'm able to be in that zone with her where she has the husband, not the Terminator bot that looks like her husband, what she just kept calling her husband, her husband, her husband, which was the guy that could broadcast and receive love. And so now once I could map that on to, oh, there is a neurological state I have to get myself in that you register as your husband. But when you say your husband to me, I register, yeah, the Terminator, I'm here, I got you, I'll protect you, nothing will ever harm you. And so getting all of that, very important. And one last nugget that I'd be mortified if I didn't say, because this is, my mom gave me this piece of advice when I was like 17. And when she said it was like, it sounded so dumb, but I was like, could this be true? And she just said it offhanded. She was like, oh no, what guys have to understand is for a woman to have an orgasm, she has to trust you. And I was like, trust me? What does trust have to do with orgasm? I need like a particular room temperature, maybe, but like beyond that, all my needs have been met. And so I was just like, wow, right on cue. And so I was like, okay, well, I don't get it, but I'm going to act as if it were true. It's true. Broadcast and receive love, boys and girls.
Marina.
I mean, it just, there's so much stuff. I was like, I wish I had a like notepad here and a pen so I can take, but the thing I'm gonna have recording so I can go over this session again. But I think that in our relationship session, you mentioned something about a tennis analogy that Lisa also was mentioning. Can you expand on that? Do you know what I'm talking about?
What do you want?
Playing tennis, when the couples play tennis on the same side of the court.
Yeah. So this is actually Lisa's analogy, which I will now be stealing. But when it's a really powerful metaphor, especially if you work together. So if you have two people on the tennis court at the same time, first, there are two options. You can play against each other, which is the first and most important question, which is what a lot of people do by default. They just assume, oh, we've each got a tennis racket and a ball. We can go, test each other. Cool, fair enough. And competing against your spouse can be fun in the right circumstances. But a much wiser option is to get on the same team and find other people to compete against. And so internally, you're working together. You still get to compete, you still get to strive, you still get to go for things, but you're doing it together. Now, there's another part of that, though, which is you're going to have to figure out your rules of engagement for how you play. How do you handle who goes after what ball? You playing front to back, playing side to side? All of that stuff has to be worked out. And you're not going to be good at it in the beginning. And if your instinct is to yell at the person for being dumb because they didn't read the situation the same way that you do, That's another thing you want to be really thoughtful about, is making sure that you understand that you have to articulate all of that stuff. This is why I think it should be this way. This is why I'm playing it this way, versus just assuming the other person sees the world the same way that you do. And I see this all the time. I will just tell you right now, if you're getting angry, your insecurity's been triggered. If you think the other person is just a moron, one of two things is true. One of only two things is true. Every time you look at your significant other and you think they are an idiot, assuming you chose well and that you didn't actually marry an idiot, which I suppose is possible, one of two things is true. You either have different base assumptions about how the world is, or you have different values about how the world ought to be. And the mistake you are making is you are both taking those as fact. They are not facts. Value systems are not facts. This is why we have the right and the left. This is why people don't talk about religion, because you can have all kinds of people believe all kinds of things. Remember what's going to be on my tombstone. You're having a biological experience. So I start asking myself, why are human creatures like this? The human animals become the most dominant apex predator the world has ever seen. Why? Because we can work most flexibly in the largest groups. And how do we do it? By creating equilibrium, by taking care of both sides of the equation. If you've never heard of the tragedy of the commons, look it up. This is why you don't actually want to marry somebody who's just like you. In fact, this is why they say opposites attract, because in any dynamic relationship, you want one person to be the kite, you want the other person to be the string. Now, if you have a kite with no string, flies off into nothingness, gets thrown wherever the wind takes it. If you have a string with no kite, just lays on the floor. When you have a string and a kite, you hold flight in dynamic tension. But you have to respect the tension. Most people don't respect the tension. They want the other person to see the world the same as they do. They want the other person to have all the same base assumptions. But the reality is, you're not seeing the world accurately, so you're gonna have to work through these base assumptions. You're not believing in the same values. But because you both believe that they really are just the way the world is and the way the world ought to be, you think everybody's an idiot for not seeing it that way. You've got to remember, the only reason as humans that we can hold that dynamic tension is by being a little bit different, but sharing a ton of values so that we respect each other, acknowledge the friction, say, I value you for seeing this moment in a way that the other person does not. And so I want to know your way. I want to understand it. And I believe that it will be the friction between the two of us that are going to make us the best two-team tennis players ever to walk on that court. But if you come at it either adversarial against each other, or I'm the smart one, he's the dumb one, or I'm the smart one, she's the dumb one, now you're going to have problems. They are just different ways of looking at the same problem.
So good, right? How good is that? So I have one last question. And this has been fantastic. I could go all afternoon with you. You've got some really, really thoughtful ways to be able to look at the most important relationships in our lives. And in our audience, solopreneurs, work from home people, there's a lot of relationship dynamics. For some, one is involved in their business and they're constantly trying to recruit the other one to come join them, and the other one doesn't want to. There's others where one joins and the other one joins later after it's a little bit of a success, but the first one that joins is very territorial. You have to do it my way. If you come in here and you're going to mess it all up, you're doing it wrong. Third one is a person that would like to join the business. The other one says, no, go do your own thing. This is mine, right? So there's lots of different dynamics inside of working together. What advice do you have as they're navigating this with varying levels of success, through their whole career arc? What's your best advice as to how to create harmony with what the other person wants?
Yeah, so we've got enough pieces on the table now that we can start putting together things that we've been talking about. So this is where I'm going to start going, okay, if we have a disconnect, then we have either a collision of values, different base assumptions, or if we're getting angry about this, insecurities, or all three. So the first question, okay, I really want this person to engage. They don't want to engage. And if I feel insecure, then I'm going to be like, ooh, do I feel rejected? Is that why I'm insecure? Okay, wow, I feel really rejected by you.
Oh, and then the other person, no, I'm not trying to reject you at all. It's not what this is about. I've got my own dreams. I want to go do this thing over here. And then if they're being honest, they may say, and I do have some anxiety or insecurity around what will it look like if we're working together. And I do have insecurities about if you're better than me. And I can see this for a guy for sure. You know, what if my wife ends up being better at business than I am or whatever, and that feels like it should be traditionally masculine, I should be better, and I'm not sure that I want to compete directly. And if the woman can hold space for that and be like, yeah, actually, I get why that would be troubling. If in that moment you're like, no, what the hell? Like, you're such a weak guy that you can't be around a strong woman. No, it's not that. Just remember, in fact, here's another nugget. Guys, you want to make your woman feel beautiful, safe, and seen. Women, you want to make your man feel powerful. That's it. Like, if you get there, and appreciation, both of us, we all need to be appreciated. But guys want to feel powerful. Like, that is such an unlock. Once you learn that, like, the number of problems that will just go away in your life to make them feel powerful. And so this might be a moment where he's just being honest of like, how am I going to be able to work closely for you, work under you? You're maybe rightfully the person that should be telling me what to do, but that's not going to make me feel powerful. Word, make sure you acknowledge that is a reality, like, create space for that. Cool. So, but if it's not that, then we just keep going to try to figure out what it is. Now, if you've got one that comes in and the other person's being now territorial about it, it's like, okay, like, really explore that. What are you worried about? Do they have a tendency to do that where now there isn't going to be space for you and they're going to come in and they're going to dominate and they're going to be better than you, and that you really would be better off doing it off on your own? Like, find a way to do the same thing if it's really lucrative or whatever, but like, hey, rather, I'm going to just acknowledge my insecurity. I think you're going to end up being better at this than me. That's going to be really hard for me because I'm going to compare myself to the person closest to me. So we're going to need some sort of firewall. So it's like, I'm doing my thing over here, you're doing your thing over there. So I can try all my own stuff. Maybe we can share ideas and strategies and stuff, but that we create enough space where you get to do what you want to do, I get to do what I want, but they have to own that insecurity. They have to speak to it. They have to put it out there. And it requires the other person to also be able to say, hey, I feel like you're protecting this and keeping me out. Maybe that's me. Maybe I have an insecurity about that. Maybe I'm feeling rejected, but I'd like to talk through it. Do you have an insecurity at all about me getting involved, being compared to me? And so, like, when you put all that out on the table and you're not demeaning the other person for their insecurities, you can finally talk through it. And if you have that real rule where you're saying you have to be able to state your position in a single sentence and it needs to feel like a puzzle piece clicking into place, like, you'll get there. It's only when you allow each other to stay on the surface emotion. And if you're describing the emotion, you're not yet at the real thing.
Tom Bill, you, everybody. How good is this? He's so smart. He's so smart.
I wish that was a class in school.
I know.
I think that's what we need.
If that class was in school, how
Everybody.
good would that be? So there's going to be a 30-minute break before the welcome celebration starts for both in-studio and virtual attendees.
Buyers, not attendees. It's everybody. Welcome celebration lunch for buyers.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
So
Okay.
everybody who got a either impact or influencer boot
That
camp.
starts in 30 minutes.
That starts in 30 minutes. So the lunch starts right now. Grab your food, and everybody who joined one of the programs, you will have, first of all, those of you doing it virtually, there's going to be a button on your dashboard that you need to log in out of the system. So you click that button, and the button is welcome celebration, and you will get into the platform. So please remember to leave the Zoom event window before going into the welcome celebration lunch. And everybody who is in the studio, we will see you in the lobby in 30 minutes. So grab your lunch, and we will see everybody for the welcome celebration.
See you in the celebration rooms. Thank you.
Since the told the minutes close, the Superman rose, the secret for years. But I'm not the kind of person that has. She said that she wanted all, she wanted less. I'm looking for something, some superhuman force, some superhero. Some favorite tales, just something I can tell to somebody I can listen. Red eyes, I want it all to slow it down. Oh, I'm feeling soft, your bright eyes. You smile, my whole world from so pretty. It's not what we had. When was lighter, the stories came to life. Lower.